closer to the finish line. I know that every stride would lead me to my destiny. And I want to reach away from taking what is mine. I believe that I'm unstoppable. I believe I'm only just begun. I will conquer all fight, reach my peak, I will. And there's nothing that can ever bring me down. I believe that dreams are dreamable. And I believe that wings were made to fly. I'll touch the sky, reach for the stars, do the impossible. I believe that nothing can. I believe that nothing will. I believe nothing will ever bring me down.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That was awesome. Great. Fantastic. Yeah. Are we ready? Are we ready for Career Summit 5.0? If you can hear me loud and clear, please drop something in the chat box. If you can hear me loud and clear, if you are ready, just put ready, ready,
I
ready,
can
ready.
hear you
Let's
loud
go.
and clear, sir.
All right, all right. So can you drop something in the chat room if you are ready for Career Summit 5.0? It's a great day here. It's a great day here, and I welcome each and every one of you. It's great and awesome to have you all here. Thank you for joining, and it promises to be a fantastic period, a fantastic moment. The next today and tomorrow promise to be an engaging moment. Our lineup of speakers are all set, and from what you can see, I know what you expect. And I can see our guest speaker, the special guest of honor, already on the platform. I can see our other speakers. I don't want to mention their name now. I will do that in a bit. And thank you so much for being here. We've planned to set out at 11 on the dot. So we're going to launch, and again, the Zoom should take as much as possible. But if you fill up, we have provision for YouTube. So we just share the YouTube link, and you can share with your friend as well. They can join on the YouTube for those that will not be able to join us on Zoom. So it promised to be a great 2 days, and it's the 5th edition of the Career Summit. And I want to specifically thank all our past speakers, our guest speakers, our keynote speakers, our syndicate session speakers. They've done wonderfully fantastic job. The testimonies, the feedback have been encouraging, and that is why we keep at it, keep doing it. So I promise you this will be another memorable event. And it's not a motivational talk. It is really a live sharing experience. And that is why we are very selective with our speakers. These are people that are successes, their stories are evident and in the public. All right, so you can take that to bank, and I can assure you that you are in for a good time, and your investment of your time and your space worth it at the end of the day. All right. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, it is the time for us to officially declare the Career Summit 5.0, open. And I would just say that we thank God for the day. We thank God for able to make it a reality for us again this time. And I want to welcome each and every one of you. The program is timed, and everybody that will be doing any part of the activity know that we are very committed to keeping the time. So because we are mindful that we are all busy people, and as much as we want you to get the best, we also know that there are other commitment. So if you have anything to share with us, please do not hesitate to do that. I'll be right back in just a few minutes. Thank you. Okay, so without much ado, with nothing, let me again welcome us all to the Career Summit 5.0. Let me again establish the fact that this idea, this program, this event is a platform, an opportunity to see how, as professionals in our various fields, can get more connected, get more network, and more importantly, share knowledge and experience and tap from those that are also excelling in their various field. We all know the world is a global village now, and a lot of people even right from Nigeria get job in UK, in US, in every other part of the world. It's amazing that I'm also speaking to us this morning from Canada, and this is the first time I'll be speaking to us on Career Summit from another country. So it is actually about 5:55 a.m. here, but the reality is that it's a global village already, and many of us are located or stationed in Nigeria, and we work other parts of the world. That's the reality. So there are enormous opportunity, and I say to people, most of the multinationals seems to come to Nigeria, but this time most of them doesn't even come by bringing structure and bringing offices. They come by also engaging the labor. They engage the professionals, and you can write there in your home. You can write there and work for any business across the world. But there are things that are very needed. There are things that they look at. There are things that they expect. There are opportunities globally. And so we should be able to key into that. We should be able to tap into that. We should be able to leverage on that. And that's why we have typed the Career Summit for this year, positioning your career for global opportunities. So what we are saying here is that let's go global. Now, one thing must always come to mind. Mediocrity will not take you anywhere. All right. So it has to start from you. Many of us can shout, we can wail, but the reality is that it starts from us. So how much of the developmental effort are you doing for yourself? Are you sure you can comfortably compete globally? These are the things that we want to open our eyes. So again, this is not a motivational show. This is practical experiences, and you see people are speaking to us from UK. They will speak to us from Canada, from US, from other part of Africa, from Kenya, part of our speaker. So it's a global event and it's a global opportunity. So please fasten your seatbelt for the next 2 days. Fasten your seatbelt and get the best. Take your note, ask questions. And more importantly for me, let me say this for those of you that voted for me last year, to obtain the Global Mentor of the Year. I want to say thank you. This is the first time some of you probably will be having engagement. Thank you. But you see, the mentoring thing for me is like a mission. It's like a calling. Because I'm a product of mentoring. I have benefited from mentoring. I'm still enjoying it. I am still benefiting from it. So I see it as a very powerful tool that everyone and anyone should leverage on. And that is why, again, I have appealed to our speakers. I have, give them that appeal, or talk to them to please as many people that they can mentor. And so this program is basically about mentoring opportunity, about being able to connect. I mean, our president from the Charter Institute of Personnel Management is there. I think we should give him Professor Olusegun Mojeed. I think he will take that home from here. He's here because he believes that this is very relevant, to every one of us. We have people, that are from different parts of the world, like I said earlier, because they want to provide that opportunity. So please, let's take as much. Let's tap into this. Let's engage ourselves and let's go for the opportunity. Imagine, we work with so many clients and they will tell us to bring experts. And I'm like, who are experts? I can be an expert. The fact that I'm based in Nigeria does not mean I cannot be an expert. So, and because there are inherent skills that are what they are looking for, and we have it. But the only difference is that we have not made up our mind. We have not shaping up. Now, again, I said to people, the word japa is not only by physically moving alone. You can japa your knowledge, you can japa your idea, you can japa your skill without moving out of your location. In fact, I've said to people, the next dispensation is about japa of businesses are there. And that's the truth, because Nigerian business also have to operate in other country. I know what? When Nigerian businesses operate in other country, who are the people that they will leverage on? Is it not the manpower resources from Nigeria? That is why we must be positioned right now. The world is a global village. So I think I will stop on that, and I will welcome our lead moderator this morning to kick the other part of this event, and again to lead us. So, ladies and gentlemen, I give the mic to Terry Omodibo. Thank you.
Yeah, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you may be joining me from. Just confirm if you can hear me, please.
I can hear you loud and clear.
Oh, awesome.
From my village here, I can hear you.
From your village. All right, awesome. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's celebrate as we welcome ourselves to Career Summit 5.0 officially. From us here in Nigeria, it is 11 a.m. and it's the beginning of Career Summit 5.0. So I know we have about 40 plus persons so far. 47, the numbers are jumping up. All right, we have about 46 persons joining so far, and I know the number is going up. So officially, all right, I want to welcome everyone into Career Summit 5.0. So let's use this time, the next 1 or 2 minutes, to just celebrate ourselves. You made it. We can use the chat room. Let's use the chat room and share our excitement in the chat room right now. All right. I want to see more of that coming. Thank you, Exta Aribi, Kate Smith. I can see that. Now let's jump into the chat room and celebrate ourselves for making it to Career Summit 5.0. All right. For there to be 5.0, there was 1.0, there was 2.0, there was 3.0, there was 4.0. And here we are with 5.0. I want to see more of that emojis, please. Can we put that on the chat room, all right? Let's celebrate ourselves, all right? Celebrate ourselves. Okay, Chioma, Mercy Paul, thank you for joining in. I can see that Benga there. Yeah, I see the chat room getting excited. Oh, wow. Now, as we do that, please, I want us to also celebrate our host and convener. Man, it's not easy to keep the vision, all right? Let me tell you, it's easy to start most of the time, all right? Sometimes, they say it's not easy to start. But most of the time, it's easy to start, but to sustain a vision is not easy. I can tell you, all right? For us to have this going on for the last 5 editions, for the last 5 years, it's not easy. So as we celebrate ourselves for getting on to 5.0, the Career Summit 5.0, welcoming yourself, let's also celebrate our host. Let's celebrate our host and our convener for putting all this together. You will be excited. You will be educated by the end of these sections. Beyond, you'll be wowed. I know I can trust that because it's been able to pull a lot of faculty members together from all over the world. All right, if you really take some time to look at their profile, you'll be wowed. So you are in for a short time. I'm telling you, you are in for a short time. All right, these 2 days. So I want you to celebrate yourselves. Thank you, everyone who is in the chat right now, making things happen, bubbling on there. I want to celebrate you. Thank you so much for joining in the Career 5.0. Okay, so we're going to kick it off right away. All right, it's 11 a.m. All right, so if you are outside of Nigeria joining in, let's just, maybe you put on the chat room to just your name, maybe your location, and also appreciate the time. All right, so that because we know when we are planning this, we know we also recognize the fact that some of us may be joining from countries where it's night. So it's not easy to wake up to join in from all over the world. All right, so it's a global platform right now. So you can just put your name on the chat room. I'll read out your name, where you're joining from, the country or the nation where you're joining from. And if you can also add maybe the time, all right? Apart from Nigeria, so we know it's 11 a.m. here in Nigeria. So let's celebrate those who are joining from outside of the country, all right? Outside of Nigeria, where we are hosting from. All right, so put it on the chat room. I'll just read that for a few minutes, 1 minute or two, and then we're going to start off officially. All right, okay. Can I see that? Can I see that? Coming in, Adeleyos Chenwu Adeyinka says, I'm joining from Nigeria. Can we see those joining from outside of the country, from Kenya, from Canada? Our host is joining from Canada. I celebrate you. I know it's 6 a.m. right now in Canada. Kate Smith says, joining from Nigeria. Awesome, awesome. Adeyemi Olawumi says, joining from Nigeria. Where are the Kenyans? Where are the Americans? Where are the UKians and all that? Okonala Usman Ayodeji says, I'm joining from 9 a.m. So keep that coming. Keep that coming. All right, we're going to go straight right on right now into the section today. We're going to go right on into the section. All right, so thank you once again for joining. Officially, we welcome you to Career Summit 5.0, and we're going to kick off right away. We can welcome address from the host, for a few minutes, and then we're going to go straight right on into the conversations. I don't know if he's taking the welcome address, all right? I know that wasn't your welcome address, so take our welcome address for 5.0.
No,
right?
I think it is my welcome address. There's no too much of address, not too much address. But let me just quickly appreciate our faculty, Mr. Olusegun Mojeed, the president and chairman in council of the Chartered Institute of Personnel Management, has a very tight schedule, but he has promised that he'll be there and is here. And I want to say thank you, seriously, Egbon. Thank you so much, my boss. Thank you so much, my president. I know it's not easy to drag you into this, but thank you for always believing, in progressive developmental efforts. I celebrate you especially. Thank you so much. And he'll be speaking to us he will be the first person to address us anyway. I have Dr. Brent from UK. I want to say thank you. I have my wonderful sister. If there's anyone that has been consistent among our faculty, she has been the one. TDA, please, can you give it up to TDA?
Oh, yeah.
She was the first edition, second edition, third edition, and she has been very consistent. I want to say thank you. Thumbs up. I think I need to give you a very special, I won't say it, but thank you. I really appreciate it. Dr. Lucy from Kenya, thank you so much. She has been up since like 3 a.m. She called me. Is it not time yet? I said, oh, so sorry. It's she's not in West Africa. So I said, oh, it was the West African time and then the Eastern time, which is the Canada and then North American time. Oh, that was a bit confusing. But all the same, I want to say thank you so much for your time. Dr. Victor from UK, I want to say thank you. You have also been very, very consistent. The faculty is so rich. I don't know, is it my job to call all the names, but I think I will try. Mrs. Ola Williams, the Microsoft country manager for Nigeria and Ghana. She has always been in touch and very supportive. I say thank you, sis. Engineer Kola Lamide, the director of Sub-Sahara Africa, Frasland, Wampo, very busy. I don't even know which part of the country will be speaking to us, but I know he has promised to be here. I have Mr. Yomi Fayemi from Canada. Thank you so much. I have Mr. Tommy Singh Oni, where he just changed job, but it's the group MHR from TGI, and he just relocated again to Canada. I want to say a big thank you. And I have, this particular, when I met her in Canada and I said, oh, she shared something and I said, oh, I would like you to be part of our faculty for this edition. And she said, I have no problem, I'll be there. Donna Fagon, Mrs. Let me put it, Donna Fagon Pascal. She's also will be speaking to us today from Canada. Very busy. I mean, very, very busy. But I know she has promised to be here. A lot of all of the speakers. My brother Arosa Osanwingi, he said, Ayo, hey, today. I said, don't worry, we are going to do this together. Dr. Afolabi Adelabi, thank you so much. I want to thank all our speakers. And at appropriate time, we will introduce all of you in details. If I've not mentioned it, don't worry, I will mention it. Ponhiwo, our wellness coach, she will also engage us. Don't worry, wherever you are seated, just make sure you have some space to stretch when it's time for you to do some wellness and fitness. It's a very robust engagement, and I can tell you, you are in for a good time. Thank you so much. So I yield the mic to Terry so that we can be a bit more fast because we must be right on time. We must be right on time. Thank you, Terry.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Ayo, for that brief welcome. All right, so we're going to go in straight right on into what we have today. But before we go on, just a little brief about, like I said, this is Career Summit 5.0. And I had to look at the journey. All right, it's been an amazing journey. So far, we've had 1.0. I was trying to find out what was the theme for 1.0, but I think it has been progression from one level to another. All right, so I saw Career Summit 2.0 was about career development and navigation, climbing the corporate ladder. We have lots of speakers, powerful speakers with very high-reaching profile that were able to grace that occasion. Amongst some of them are still here today to support. Like I said, I was looking at it and I saw TADD has been in all the sections so far, all the summit editions so far. So I celebrate you. All right, so we have the third 3.0 that is career crystallizing, upskilling and reskilling for the future. Wow, amazing speakers also were there. It's been also an amazing time we had then at the third edition. So we had the fourth edition, which was recalibrate your career. That's where my Dr. Sam Adeyemi was a part of that section. It was an amazing section. It was a blast. I'm telling you, the lives of a lot of people, their career never remained the same. And also today, we're going to be kicking off our Career Summit 5.0. So what I want to do, I'll say to you, everyone who's been part of this, if you've been a part of all the editions, put it in the chat room that I've been a part of all the editions. I will read out your name. I celebrate you because I know you've been one of our consistent participants so far. Probably if we have something, a gift for you.
I may possibly have a gift for anyone that has been part of the edition, and the person can list all the name of the past speaker. Do me a mail, and then you can get something.
You see that now. So, but in the chat room, let's celebrate you first. Drop it in the comments, even if you've been a part of all editions. Drop it in the comments. We're going to celebrate you for being a part of all the editions so far. Before we jump right in, I see someone joining from Côte d'Ivoire, Kemisola, all the way from Côte d'Ivoire. Thank you. We celebrate you. If you are from any other country, please drop it there and tell us the time. Okay, Kemisola, 10 a.m. right now in Côte d'Ivoire. Thank you for joining in. If you're in other countries, please drop the time so that we can celebrate you, because we believe it's not very easy to be able to join us today. Thank you so much, everyone. So we're going to go straight right now into the conversations for today. I will start with no other person that is going to be giving us our opening remarks for Career Summit 5.0. All right, no other person than our summit chairman for Career Summit 5.0, the president and chairman and council of the Chartered Institute of Personnel Management, right here in Nigeria. Is a doctor now, Dr. Olusegun Moji. Thank you so much for joining us. All right, I appreciate you. Can we celebrate him in the chat room? Just celebrate him in the chat room as he comes to give us an opening remarks. Thank you so much, sir, for creating that time to be a part of the summit. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Terry, and thank you so much, Dr. Ayo. I know that in North America it's still good morning, so it is in Nigeria. But if you are joining from the Orientals, it should be good evening, good afternoon, and so on and so forth. I have spoken with my daughter this morning, who is in Melbourne, Australia. Already, it's already their evening. They are far gone into the day. So Terry, you'll be my sounding board. If you don't hear me, let me know, because you can't really say much about network these days. But I can tell you, I have 1, 2, 3 modems around me here. So in case if one fails, so ladies and gentlemen, once again, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are connecting from. So Terry, I have a few slides. Mine is the opening remark. And when Dr. Ayo got in touch and I saw that he has put 30 minutes, I said, okay, fine, let me change it a little bit to a few slides, very few. He has a copy already of those slides that I would love to share. So let me see, I believe I can share my slides now. No, host, I'm still disabled. I'm still disabled, so that I can quickly, don't forget my 30 minutes is already running, and I'm a stickler for time.
You have it right now.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. I just need to know, Terry, you can see my slide. Let me know.
Yeah, yes, I can see it from my village.
Yeah. From your village. I love that. Okay, once again, ladies and gentlemen, I'm glad to be here. Sincerely, I want to appreciate the organizers of this 5.0. So I've done this for 5 years. It's no joke. So once again, I want to say thank you, Dr. Adeyemi, for reaching out to me. And I said, no, I was not going to miss this opportunity. These names are just names we have picked from what we have, Dapo Omojola. I want to also say hello to the distinguished speakers for this edition. And permit me, I've seen a few of my colleagues. I've seen Tomini Uni on the bill, FCIPM. Tomini Uni is a distinguished fellow of CIPM. My friend Yomi Fawimi, MCIPM, is also on the bill. These are people I am seriously proud of. I've seen Arosa Otonge, another friend in the HR space. I want to say I'm looking forward to this 2 days. It should be loaded. And of course, you have mentioned her already, Lady Taiwo Dayo Abaton, MCIPM. So I salute you, ladies and gentlemen. That will be my courtesies. Of course, everywhere I go, and I'm privileged to have spoken in about 3 continents. Everywhere I go, this comes up, TGF, and I will not take another step without saying something about it. It's about the God factor. It's by the grace of God that we are here, ladies and gentlemen, wherever you may be connected to, on this call. It's by the grace of God that we're here. So, and I pay my humble homage to the Almighty God before I go on. Thank you very much. This is us. I am here by the grace of God. Somebody is bombing us. Can everybody mute your microphone? That's the most professional thing to do. That's the most professional thing to do.
You are muted, sir.
Can you unmute?
Thank you very much.
Speaker?
Thank you. No, I am unmuted already. Can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
Yes, yes, we can hear you. Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Let's go on. The CIPM, the Chartered Institute of Personnel Management of Nigeria. That is why I'm here, because I'm the president and chairman of the governing council. Once again, Dr. Ayo, thank you for bringing me. And it gladdens me to let you know that this is the only institute recognized by the law of the land in Nigeria to manage, to develop, and to regulate the practice of people management. I'm so glad, I'm so proud of this institute. I've been here for a professional human resource manager for more than 30 years. And this is the institute. Yes, we have other foreign ones coming here to compete with us, but we have our edge. Just log on to www.cipmnigeria.org and you get to see more. Our core values of service, creativity, respect, integrity, professionalism, and teamwork. This is the foundation on which we are built. And these are not just, fine sounding words. They are the things that, that shape us, that make us fully professional. Okay. So ladies and gentlemen, talking of values and positioning, which happens to be, positioning happens to be the theme of 5.0. Is about the values we carry, ladies and gentlemen, and the value we deliver. Check those words, the values we carry and the value we deliver. Values we carry has to do with what is inside of us. What do we believe in? The core values. What are those things shaping our actions and reactions? And then going forward, because that is what positions us. That is what packages us. You don't even have to move now across borders. Right here, we now have people situated and located in this country working for global organizations. And you've got to know the culture of those global organizations. And so that has to do with the values, the core values of these organizations, and the core value of me and you as individuals. That's what I want to say about core values. Then I'll move on to the value we deliver. But before I go further, ladies and gentlemen, within the next 20 minutes, before I go further, I want to put it and establish it and let us know. This was said by Herb Kelleher, the late Herb Kelleher, the iconic chairman and founder of the Southwest Airlines. He said the business of business is people, yesterday, today, and forever. That sounds like something from the scriptures. But for me, that is the first thing. That is what the foundation we've got to lay. Because this summit is all about people. It's all about getting better. It's all about repackaging. It's all about reinventing ourselves, in line with the present reality. The world has become a global capsule. A global capsule. The attitude of it's not made here. It's no longer tenable. Yeah, anything you see, only God knows where I'm being listened to right now. So we are talking about people. In fact, that's the only thing I know how to talk about, because I know if your people are good, if your people are well treated, they will manage the business well. And that is the ultimate, the business of profitability. So when I talk about value, ladies and gentlemen, I'm talking about the value we deliver now is about people and performance. When Herb Kelleher said the business of the business is people yesterday, today, and tomorrow, I'm saying that the business of the business is people and performance. And what do I mean by performance? Principled value adding. Values we are adding, values we are delivering, honoring time-tested principles. Principles of love, principles of empathy, principle of integrity, principle of care, principle of due diligence. These are things that will package us. These are things that should reposition us, whether we are japping internally or we are japping externally. And I hope we also know, if you are connecting from my own locality, by the way, I'm greetings from Lagos, Nigeria. Yes, Lagos for real, Eko for real. So if you know that in this climb we have what we call Japa, but I just also want you to know that we also have what we call Japada. A few of our colleagues are also bringing in what they have learned over there back home, even as we speak, because Japa is not a situation localized to Nigeria. It's a global phenomenon. It's global migration. Medical doctors from the UK are migrating to Australia. That is where my daughter, our daughter practices medicine. So we know. So that is creating vacancies for medical doctors from Nigeria. And there are positives. There are lessons to learn from that. But do not forget, ladies and gentlemen, please remember two things quickly. Value is defined by the receiver and not the giver. This is very important. Is you accept the receiver, the customer, the end receiver of your service and product says, yes, you have delivered value, then you have not. I have this thing as a corollary that if the students have not learned, the teacher has not taught. So number two, you either add value or get out of the way. When we were coming in as the president of the CIPM, one thing we told ourselves is that our members must feel what we are here to do. And in the last 2 years, for those of us who are members of the CIPM here, you know that we by the grace of God, we've touched lives, and the CIPM is not the same. This is very important. Take note of this when we talk of the value we deliver. So now this is it, because I have just 30 minutes. What I have tried to do is I brought in two video clips, very short, 3 minutes each, to wrap up this session. These are things I will have spent the next 20 minutes talking about. I don't have that time, so please just enjoy this clip, and then I move on to the next one. I'm going to play them in quick succession. Then I wrap up my what we call this opening remark.
A strong work ethic may be the single most important trait employers consider when evaluating their employees. But what exactly is a strong work ethic? Having a strong work ethic means more than just working hard and putting in long hours. Everyone has their own definition of what work ethic is, but in general, people with a strong work ethic possess the following attributes. They fulfill obligations, they do quality work, they maintain a positive attitude of professionalism and integrity, they take initiative, they're a team player, and they exceed expectations. Let's look closer at these characteristics of a strong work ethic. Fulfilling obligations. Your employer expects you to be working when you're supposed to be. You're expected to understand your job duties and do them to the best of your ability. You're expected to know what your deadlines are and meet them. Fulfilling obligations means doing your job. Doing quality work. This is doing your job well. By doing quality work, you're showing that you care about your work and how you're perceived. By producing high quality work, you improve the overall quality of your company and show that you can be self-directed and relied upon with little oversight. Maintaining a positive attitude of professionalism and integrity. Everyone appreciates working with someone with a positive attitude and a strong character. A professional has the discipline to complete assigned tasks and maintains commitment and determination, even in the face of adversity. Integrity means doing your job honestly and with loyalty. Taking initiative. Someone with initiative is looking forward or beyond the prescribed scope of work, looking for better ways to do things. A person with initiative is driven to succeed, driven to improve themselves, and driven to better the company they work for. Being a team player. This means you respect the opinions and ideas of others. A team player fosters trust and is dependable. A team player is an attentive listener, gives constructive and honest feedback, and is helpful. To be a good team player, you need to focus on the overall company goals and put them ahead of your personal goals. A team player puts extensive effort into cooperating and collaborating with others. Exceeding expectations. The best thing you can do to display a strong work ethic is to not just meet expectations, but exceed them. This characteristic of a strong work ethic can incorporate the previous ones. This is where you go the extra mile, think outside the box, and take initiative. Take on extra work to help an overloaded coworker. Your work ethic is highly visible to your employer and adds to your value to the company. But more than that, demonstrating a strong work ethic on a daily basis will make you feel good about yourself, foster your self-esteem, build your self-confidence, and make you proud of your work.
In a nutshell, as we reposition for global relevance, Those are some of the qualities we should begin to look at and see how we can improve on them. And the joy of it all is that these qualities, they have no boundary. It's not limited by demographics. It's not whether you are generation baby boomers or generation X, or you are even alpha generation or generation Z. For me, those qualities, I keep looking through them. And by the way, courtesy of our partners from the US, www.summary.com. That's where those videos are proprietary. You can log on to them and also subscribe to them if you love those videos. So what I'm talking about, ladies and gentlemen, just before I go, let us keep giving of our best. That goes to some of us who are seniors on this call. Do not forget what is coming to my head now. Now I'm wearing my mentor, my mentor guard to say, look, let's not give up. I know we have, some of us have some funny excuses about the two generations that are younger, the millennials and the Gen Zs, but I'm telling you that we were just like them, and nobody gave up on us. Time will not permit me to share stories of what I would have become if I had been given up on. So we cannot afford to give up on them. At the end of the day, they will take over from us. We're not going to import foreigners or aliens to take over from us. And also, I want to tell the next generation, never feel too big to learn. There are people around you, all around you. And also for us who are seniors, there's something we call reverse mentoring. By the way, I'm still, I told the group recently, I can't use Excel to save my life. So I'm still listening to my colleagues in the office who are taking me through that. So I just want to say this, that we have one thing or the other to learn from one another. And as I move on for the next 3 minutes, I would love you to also enjoy this video clip I call Good Mentor. It's titled How to Be. Thank you.
When you accept the role of mentor, you have an amazing opportunity to help someone else grow and develop as a professional. By serving as a guide and resource, you'll be helping them to move forward in their careers. You may think that only high-level executives that have been in the game for ages can be a mentor, but that's not true. Anyone can be a mentor to someone with less experience. The foundation of a mentorship is sharing knowledge and advice from your own experiences gained from traveling a similar career path. Today, we're going to share with you 5 easy steps that will help you succeed in becoming a good mentor. The first and easiest step to being a good mentor is to lead by example. It is always important to set the foundation of mentorship by being a positive role model and practicing what you preach. By actually doing the things that you advocate, you establish yourself as a positive role model from day one. This will make your mentee more likely to follow your lead than if you take a do as I say, not as I do approach to the relationship. Mentorships are not a one-way street, and the second step to being a good mentor is to be available and make time for your mentee. Taking an active role as a mentor and reaching out to your mentee by calling, emailing, and scheduling lunches not only improves the strength of your relationship, but also lends to the overall success of the mentorship. Essentially, you are making yourself a consistently available resource. But when combining 2 hectic schedules, it can be very easy to let weeks pass without connecting. To avoid a lengthy lapse in communication, try to schedule a weekly phone call or establish a regular coffee meeting every first Tuesday of the month. Find something that will work for both of you. As you get to know your mentee through regular communication, be able to pinpoint their areas of strength and weakness to see where they need most guidance. This leads us to steps 3 and 4 of being a good mentor. Step 3 is to offer your mentee encouragement in the areas in which they struggle. Be a cheerleader. Help push them through the difficult times with supportive advice and take pride in their achievements. Think back to the challenges you faced along the way in your own career. Did anyone offer you particularly helpful advice and words of support? Let your mentee know that you believe in them. Sometimes simply having someone believe in you can mean the difference between success and failure. In addition to encouragement, your mentee may have areas that need improvement. This is where step 4 comes in. Step 4 is to offer constructive criticism and advice. This may be the most difficult part of being a mentor because it's never easy to correct someone. And some people are more sensitive to criticism than others. When you do offer constructive criticism, it's essential to remember to always focus the criticism on the behavior or activity and never the individual themselves or their character. As your mentee grows and learns through the course of the mentorship, it's your duty to implement step 5, which is to challenge them. Encourage your mentee to expand his or her capabilities by seeking continuing education, accepting more responsibility at work, taking the initiative on group projects, or even applying for a promotion. By challenging your mentee, you are encouraging them to develop skills and abilities that will open up new opportunities to build their career. We've all been influenced and supported by others along the way. When it's your turn to be the mentor, follow these steps to help your mentee achieve the level of success that you've enjoyed.
I will send the transcript of those videos to Dr. Ayo. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for having me. I appreciate you all.
Awesome. Fantastic.
All right,
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, sir.
Please let's appreciate our president. Let's jam those hands together. Let him hear it on your mic. Jam those hands together. Even if you cannot hear, let's see you clapping. Thank you so much. Awesome. That was the icebreaker. That was thoughtful, and the interesting thing about all these sessions is that, especially this one too, is that you can't eat everything and digest it all. So I think, like I said, you need to visit it again. And some things are said and they are not loud, but I tell you, if you meditate on them, you will know that that was a loaded session, and you don't want to toy with it. When you listen to experience, then you will agree and know that there's so much you need to take away and take home from it. We will allow just few questions, and then we will move on. So if you have a question, you can drop in the chat, or you can then signify, and we will mute the mic. We are about to restrict the mic now, because some of us have already abused it. So we will have to restrict that, and then we only allow. So go ahead, sir.
I thought it was an opening address. Why question bit?
You want to run away?
No, don't worry. I'm here.
I know. All right. So we'll just take one or two. I know some people are like, you are the president. How did you become the president? So that can be an interesting one. So we are open for it. So if you have anyone, yes, it's an open address, but like I said to you, it's more of a mentoring for us. So if you want to have this access to him, because he's actually my mentor, let me not lie to you. It's a big boss in the consulting space. So I'm also learning from him. So he's my mentor, and I'm telling you now, if you don't know. So if you want to get on board on his mentoring, please don't miss that. All the people here speaking today are actually my mentors. All of them. I don't know how you see them. They are all my mentors, and I'm learning from them. But so if we have anyone, we'll quickly take you. If not, we then we'll keep it in stock, knowing that we'll still create more avenue. And my president, let me let you know. Of course, we can't have it all, with the session, whether virtual or physical. So, obviously, from time to time, because it's something that we know we must be a continuous engagement. And the category of people we have, participants we have, are not just the starters. We have the middle level, we have the senior level. So, and there are different needs for different category of people. And that is why our syndicate session 2 is deliberate. That, okay, if you want somebody to talk to you in your feed, then let's create that. And that's what we have done. So we have the general session and we have the syndicate session.
I'll be joining the marketing and sales syndicate session. So don't think I will go to it. Don't think I will go to HR and humanity. No, I'm not going there.
That is the thing.
I am an entrepreneur. Selling is easy.
Yeah, money. And I tell you, the speaker for that session is awesome. I mean, he's an MD. He has been a CEO of many organizations, and
Thank you.
he's a marketer by excellence. He's a
Thank you
senior
so
very much. So don't worry, you have a good opportunity. I won't go there too because it's my home. So I want to go into engineering or IT. So I'm going to go there. All right, thank you so much. All
Thank you
right.
so much.
So my president, so we will let you,
I will
enjoy your
leave
time.
for another. I will leave for another meeting, and I'll
Okay.
be back. Yeah.
Thank you so
very
much. We appreciate
Thank you,
Thank
everyone. I appreciate you.
Thank you
Thanks
so
much.
much. Thank
I
you. Yeah.
appreciate you
So
so
Terry, I
much.
yield the mic to you.
Okay, thank you. I couldn't unmute myself because there's a question for president before he left. So I was trying to unmute myself, but somehow I guess that couldn't come in before he was asked to leave. Okay, so thank you so much.
It will be back. It will be back. We will fix it.
All right. So that was powerful. That was powerful. All right. What just caught me from that section? Let me just re-echo it for those probably who weren't paying attention. Just to re-echo quickly. We talked about value, and for me, that jumped at me. That value is defined by the receiver and not the giver. And you can either add value or get out of the way. For me, that's powerful. That's strong. So I want to just leave that for us to take on from that opening address. Okay, so we'll be going right on into our next section. I don't know if the speaker is in, but before that, let me celebrate those who are. I said those who are joining from outside of the country. We're going to be celebrating them. So we celebrate you, Leah Waweru. I'm sorry if I murdered your name. Joining from Kenya. All right, thank you. You're so excited to meet Alain. Okay, that's okay. Yeah, greetings from Kenya. Thank you, Leah, for joining. You didn't tell us your time there. That's great. And there's another person there joining from, I think I saw that also. I don't know if I missed that. Gladys, yes, Gladys 1 year. Gladys 1 year joining from Nairobi, Kenya. Thank you so much, Gladys, for joining. You didn't tell us your time too, so tell us your time so that at least we can just just like with you today. Okay, so without wasting too much time, we are right on schedule. We're going to be going to the next section, which is a keynote keynote address from Dr. Ruben Bryan, all the way from UK. I don't know if he's in. Dr. Ayo, is it in right now?
Yeah, I think in actual fact, of course, we are ahead of time, and I think the president didn't even finish his own time.
He didn't finish his own, so we came in earlier.
Well, I know he was mindful of time.
Yes,
yeah, but so let's be sure he's here.
Let's just switch.
But if not, we will take Queen Hiwo while we wait for him. So I hope Queen Hiwo is ready for us. While we are also doing that, we all know our theme song, and I want to say just a few words about the theme song. I chose that song because it's full of inspiration. It's written and sung by Cobham Sasuko. And if you are able to take time to follow the lyrics of that song, we use it yearly for our team, and it's deliberate. Those words are I think they are what I would call it. They are a session on so it's so inspiring, so encouraging, and so challenging. And we've sent it to as many people that are on the WhatsApp platform. So if you are not on WhatsApp platform, you may need to join your group WhatsApp platform, and you can have access to it and listen to it again. And at a time in the session, we're also going to dance to it. It's full of inspiration and very rhythmic, and I tell you, you enjoy it. All right, so let me play for just 1 minute while we are waiting for the next speaker to come on board.
I've been down the road where failure seemed familiar. thought that I would ever come this far. When everything was telling me that it was over, still there was a fire burning in my heart. There were days I felt like I was at my lowest. I pushed so hard I couldn't see beyond the pain. I never knew I made it high enough to notice I'm getting closer, stronger than I've ever been. And I'm unstoppable. I believe I've only just begun. I will conquer, I will fly, reach my peak, I will. And there's nothing that can ever bring me down. I am living proof that nothing is impossible. I beat the odds when hope was nowhere to be found. There was a strength that carried me through every obstacle. It lets me know that it's too late to give up now. And I am not afraid to climb another mountain, to risk it all, to face my deepest, darkest fear, to live a dream much bigger than I can imagine. 'Cause I want the world to know that I am here. I believe that I'm unstoppable. I believe I've only just begun. I will conquer, I will fly, reach my peak, I will. And there's nothing that can ever bring me down. I believe that dreams are untamable. And I believe that wings were made to fly. I'll touch the sky, reach for the stars. There's nothing that can ever bring me down. I'm one dream away from everything I hope to be. I am one step closer to the finish line. I know that every stride would lead me to my destiny. And I'm one reach away from taking what is mine. I believe that I'm unstoppable. I believe I've only just begun. I will conquer, I will fly, reach my peak, I will. And there's nothing that can ever bring
All right, powerful, powerful lyrics for that song there. We have. That's amazing. Dr. I just feel that maybe you are a mentor too. You should be able to answer this guy's question.
Okay, go ahead. Then we can take a
Yeah. So you are a mentor, big mentor too. So I just feel we can answer him. He said, please, how do you seek for a mentor outside your workplace? All right, that I think one or two shed lights on that to help some other persons too.
Okay. Again, how do you seek mentor out of your workplace? First, what area or what kind of mentor do you need? You know, sometimes many of us feel that the mentors are the one to decide who should be our mentor. We actually are the one to determine first. This is kind of thing I want. This is the purpose of mentoring. This is the need I want to achieve. You are meant to do all that by yourself. Now, when you have done that, then you now begin to look at people that you feel fit into what you want to achieve, okay? Or they have information or have knowledge or have experience or exposure about what you want to achieve. So when you are able to define that, or probably, for instance, like you now identify someone, now you can then look at how do you get to that person? Because the truth is that there are some people you want them to be your mentor, but to get them, to connect them can be tough. And so what I would say to you is that don't lose hope. If, for instance, okay, I will share my experience. I had want Brian Tracy to be a mentor for me. And Brian Tracy has written so many books, okay? I can't easily get across to Brian Tracy. One, it's not even my environment to start with. So I started reading his book, getting engaged with his materials until the day I'm able to meet Brian Tracy, and I said it to his face. Now, that day, he came to Nigeria. He was going to come anyway, and there was going to be an event training, some big one that we did at Oriental Hotel, and I was part of the team. I joined the team because I liked him. So I got access with him. I took picture with him, and since that time, I'm part of his network. So that could be a big one. But again, there are Brian Tracy within your locality. Right? There are people also that are as good as Brian Tracy. If you cannot get to Brian Tracy, for instance, so you look within your environment. Start with people like that. So when you identify people like that, you can look at who knows who, and then tell the honest truth. Even if you don't know who knows who, there are different approaches to which you can get somebody. Number one, this platform, now if it's someone that would want to be your mentor, then you can approach the organizer that you would like me to be introduced to this person. That's number one. Number two, LinkedIn is a professional platform. In fact, I could tell you the truth. Sometimes, or most times, most of the people that I also partner with, work with, I see them on LinkedIn, and I present myself. I introduce myself, and they will see some value, because nobody wants to mentor someone that's not looking for values. And like I have an article I did about, I think it was last year, or I can't remember. Yeah, I said value attract value. So if you don't have any value, nobody also want to, because mentors are busy people, so they don't have time to waste. So out of your office, what exactly do you want to achieve that you feel you don't have someone in your office? And then where is the person? How do you get to the person? Then join platform, network. You see, when you are in any platform, don't just go there because you want to talk or you want to flow. You must define what you want to achieve. And that's, I think, you can get to know who, because if you are not clear about what mentoring aspect you want or who you kind of person you want, then it will be tough for you to even identify who to mentor you. But once you're able to define that, it's a choice for the mentor too, to say, I want to mentor you. It's a choice, but usually if it's coming from the place of help, assistance, you always get somebody that's okay, I will be willing to, support you, to mentor you. All right. I hope I'm able to answer your question. All right. So Terry, over to you.
Yes, I think certainly, I think you've answered that question. I just wanted to add also, I know a lot of people who come for mentoring, and what they are looking at is what they can get from their mentors only. So I want to establish the fact that it's also a relationship. Mentoring is a relationship, because you see someone just asking for a mentor for the first time. Can you be my mentor? Straight to the point, without first of all establishing a relationship. Like you said when you were talking about Brian Tracy, because I was around that time and I saw that event where Brother Tracy gave the Nigeria and all that, you will join him into some of the sections that they went through. So you, first of all, read his books. The next thing you look for opportunities to actually let him know you are somebody that exists somewhere. All right. So that it doesn't look as if so you want a mentor that is just a stranger from nowhere. So you need to, first of all, establish contact. From contact, begin to build relations, let the person know that you're around. Then from there, you can take it on before you say, please, I want that mentorship opportunity. I just wanted to just add that amongst other tips that you can actually use. So I believe
Yeah,
Chika,
1 second. Let me just acknowledge the presence of
okay.
one of my mentors,
Yeah.
so that he won't say he won't mentor me again. We should give you Professor Alex Kumana. He's with us. He's a man that I've always willing to give of himself. I can't thank you enough, sir. Every time we run to him, he's always willing to be there and support you. He's here. This is your new, how would I define it? This new white thing, sir. Is it part of thing I need to learn as a mentee? It's looking good on you. All right, you can continue.
All right. So, Chika, I believe you got that as a tip amongst every other tip that you need. All right. Thank you for that. Okay. So, Dr. I don't know if we have our keynote speaker ready yet.
Yeah, it's getting set, but let's take
Queen
Iwo for yeah.
Okay, so let's have Queen Iwo come in. Queen Iwo, over to you. I think she's in. So, over to you, Queen Iwo, for aerobics. Is it aerobics or gymnastics? Which of them?
It will explain to us.
Yes, explain to us. Thank you. Over to you, Queen Iwo.
Okay, unmute yourself. Can you unmute Queen Iwo? Okay, sorry. So can you help us unmute her? Trying to. I know. Okay.
Thank you so much. Please confirm that you can hear me.
Yes, I can hear you.
Good morning, good afternoon, and maybe evening, wherever you are. It's such an honor and a delight to be here for the third time in a row. And I want to say a very big thank you to Dr. Adeyemi and this wonderful, wonderful initiative that he has done. And to all the mentors and all the guest speakers, welcome, welcome. And like I always pray, I pray that you flourish in wellness and in wholeness. Okay, so today, it's a session that many times I don't have a word to describe it, but maybe at the end of the session, you can decide or give a word based on your experience. So we're just going to start about being intentional with all that has been said and more that is going to be said. One thing that we can all agree is that we are not able to achieve career goals, professional goals, or personal goals, family goals, financial goals, whatever goals we want to achieve, if we are not prospering and if we're not sound in our mind, in our body, and in our spirit as well. And so it's important that we are fit for purpose. That's one of the terms I like to use. And I just want to ask yourself, or ask somebody in the chat, are you fit for purpose? And this encompasses, body, mind, spirit. So not just on your body, but it has to do with your lifestyle, with the words that you speak, a whole lot and much more. So today, I just want to take us on a session that just allows us to be free, relaxed, and set our intentions right for an amazing experience. So if you're ready, unfortunately, I cannot see the chat, but I'd like you to just say, I'm ready, I'm ready, I'm ready, I'm ready. Give a thumbs up, give an emoji. I just want to be sure that you're very excited and you're ready for this session. And all things said, let's begin. So the first thing I want us to do is, there's a way sometimes we can be uptight, with ourselves. So I just want us to loosen up a bit, and I just want you to shake your hands out, shake them out, and smile. Shake your hands out, and I want you to, just lift your shoulders up and down. And with all of this, make sure you're breathing. So don't hold your breath. Just inhale and exhale. Make sure you're breathing in and out, in and out. Beautiful. So we're going to do this for 10 times, and you can count with me. So it's 10, 9, 8. Keep breathing. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Now you're going to do the shoulder rolls to the back, inhaling and exhaling for 10 and 9. Just smile. 8, keep going. Now you may never, ever know what this can do for you. 6, almost there. 5, keep going. 4, 3, if you have been stressed lately, this will just work for you. And 1, and then you're going to take it forward for 10. We're counting down. 9, keep going. I just had a crack also in my back. Whoosh. 7, good job. 6, these are little things you could do to just boost your productivity in the office. 4, how are you feeling? 3, keep going. 2, and 1, beautiful. So on your chair, I just want you to tap, 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 tap. You can see the way my leg is doing. So just tap, 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 and make sure you're breathing, inhaling and exhaling. I remember last year when I was at the Disney Bush Camp, keep tapping. We had a session and 3 people actually came to testify that back pain that had been there for like over a year. One actually had 3 years on, the back, got healed. So don't underestimate this little session that we have because you may never know. So tap, 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 beautiful. And what I want you to do, just a little space, open and close. So if you can lift your legs up a bit from the chair, hold your chair so like so, and just open and close, in, out, in, out. Now, the way you are going to be able to do it, pull your belly button in towards your spine, then you hold it up and out, in and out. 10, 9, count with me, 8, you can challenge you. 6, 5, smile, 4, 3, 2, and 1. And now we're going to do another one, but this time around, we're going to put the 2 legs together and just pull up and down, up and down. Ready? Let's go. For 10, 9, 8, make sure you're doing not just watching. You never know what this can do for your body. 3, 2, and 1. Beautiful. And now we're just going to do a little twist. So if you've been having little back issues and stuff, I want you to take your right hand and put it, or right, your left hand, put it on this side, and then now try to extend. So you may realize that one part of your body is more flexible than the other. I think that this part is more stiff. So just try and see if you can turn to the back as far as you can go, all right? And hold it there. Look to the back for 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. And to the other side, so you're crossing this way, and then you're turning. Look as far as you can for 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Beautiful. Now, we're just going to do the head rolls for a little bit. I want you to be slow and steady. They say slow and steady win the race. But slow and steady releases the neck tension, all right? So just go this way, slow and steady. You can close your eyes if you want a wholesome experience. And as you close your eyes, I want you to think about while you're here and all the things you want to soak in and how this can change, your entire life in the next 360, 52 to 56, 52, what am I saying? Okay, for the next 1 year. Okay, so I just want you to close your eyes, right? And be intentional, telling yourself that this experience for the next 2 days are going to be wholesome for me, and this will make me a better person. So taking a deep breath in, and as you release slowly, just take your head round to one side, slowly releasing your breath. One side, bring it all the way down. Beautiful. And then take it all the way back, slowly, and bring it forward. Beautiful. Now we're going to do that one more time, taking a deep breath in and bring it forward and take it all the way back and bring it forward. Beautiful. So I want you to just take your head slightly, turn left, forward for 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and slightly to the other side, to the right. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and bring it down, holding chin to your chest as low as you can go for 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and then take your head all the way back. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and come forward. Now we're going to do the shoulder rolls again. And this time around, you might notice that you feel a bit lighter or freer or more, cold, just that kind of feeling. So we're going to take a deep breath in and take it all the way out. Deep breath in, all the way out. Another snap again. In, I think this is more for me than any other person. Take it all the way in and all the way out. And I'll take your hands, lift it all the way up as far as you can go. So what I want you to do is place your hand like so, reaching up and then bend. So you're going to use this hand to pull this hand like so and pull down. Beautiful. Stretch all the way for 5, 4, 3, 2. Ooh, that was a good stretch. Take it down, take it all the way up again and pull this way, stretching. Beautiful. For 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Now take your hands in front of you. Take one hand across and pull really close to you and stretch. And make sure you're breathing. For 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Other side, stretch. Pull in. Make sure you're smiling. Remember, you're unstoppable. 3, 2, 1, and shake it out. Shake it out, shake it out, shake it out, shake it out, shake it out. Beautiful. If you're in a place where you're not, there's no AC, by now you'll be feeling heated within your body, and that's just absolutely what you need, to boost your metabolism and boost, blood circulation within your body. Okay. So what we're going to do now. Okay.
Now, thank you. So,
all right then.
Don't worry, you're coming back.
Okay.
You're coming back, of course. We have more session. You're coming back. So let's move forward. So Terry, are you there? We have Dr. Brian in the house. You're welcome. I also see Engineer Kolalamidi. Thank you for also joining us. You are welcome. Terry, if you are ready, I'll use the mic to you. Unmute yourself, Terry.
All right, thank you, Queen Ewo, for that. My body was just cracking now during that short section. I feel some healing. All right, so we're gonna go straight right on into our first, our next section, which is gonna be taking a keynote speaker. Is in right now, Dr. Ruben Brian, all the way from the UK. Before he comes in, let me quickly just read his profile. Dr. Brian is the founder and director of Brian Ruben Organization, an international policy organization and think tank focusing on strengthening public and private institutions through strategic engagements with governments, corporations, and nonprofits. He hosts the annual Leadership Agenda Summit, a prestigious platform where leaders from all over the world assemble to discuss pressing global issues, connect and collaborate in tackling prevailing problems globally. He's also the CEO of Africa Economic Summit Group, a UK-based organization committed to the economic transformation of the African context. Through these platforms, it continues to influence leadership globally. Dr. Brian Ruben is a leading authority on strategy and one of the most sought after thought leaders on that subject. Through his senior executive workshops, he has helped position several businesses to produce remarkable results, even in the most challenging and turbulent business environment. He's a featured speaker at business events globally and has trained, advised, and mentored senior executives in several organizations around the world. He has facilitated over 250 strategy trainings and advisory programs for senior executives in diverse industries, including telecoms, banking, education, broadcasting, pharmaceutical, hospitality, insurance, oil and gas, and so on. All right. Okay, hold on. And so on. Dr. Ruben believes that societies evolve and develop as men and women in each generation take responsibility from the problems they face in their society. It also speaks to bring clarity to different people all over the world through summits, conferences, publications, television programs, and mentorship programs. All right, with a wish we welcome. All right, his profile is very long, but just to cut that short, all right, I want to welcome. Can we use the chat room to welcome our keynote speaker for Career Summit 5.0, Dr. Brian Rubin, all the way from the UK, United Kingdom. Thank you so much, sir, for your time, for accepting to be a part of our section, our Career Summit 5.0. You're welcome, sir. Can we use the chat room, please, just to receive him and show your favorite emoji to welcome Dr. Rubin all the way from United Kingdom. Thank you so much, sir. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your kindness. Can everybody hear me very well? Can you all hear me? Can I have confirmation?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. And I want to thank Dr. Yode and the team for inviting me. And I thank all of you that's gathered from across the world to be a part of this summit today, which I understand is the 5th in the series. It's my honor and privilege to be your keynote speaker today. I'll be speaking to you on positioning your career for global opportunities. That's quite an amazing topic, especially at a time like this. So, Nathan Rothschild, a famed British bank and financier, once said that the greatest fortunes are made when the cannonballs fall at the harbor and not when the violins play in the ballroom. By that, he meant that the greatest opportunities are found in times of extreme difficulties, not when everything seems okay. That seems to be the description of our world today. You find words like polycrisis, rapid change, unprecedented change used to describe the world we live in, the world we work in, and the world in which we relate and build relationships. And one thing is clear for every one of us, irrespective of what we do and where we are doing that. Every one of us wants to win and win more and win again, not just because winning is good for us, but because winning gives us the opportunity to inspire others, to help others, and to support those that depend on us. So winning is a necessity. Now, we are to win in a world filled with difficulties, a world that has been described as uncertain, a world that has been described as being in polycrisis and facing wicked problems. And yet we must win in this world. Now, that is why the topic we are discussing is of extreme importance. Because, success is never a given. It never just happens because you want to succeed. You don't get to the peak of your career because you like to get to the peak of your career. But one thing is certain. The difficulties that characterize our world also represent opportunities. Because you see, it is in solving problems that the world moves forward. Throughout history, the world has moved forward, not on its own, but as a result of the commitments, the efforts, and the commitment of men and women who chose to take responsibility for the problems they find in their generation. As I say to people everywhere that I go, that successful people don't complain. Successful people don't make excuses. And successful people don't blame others. Successful people rather take responsibilities. It is in taking responsibilities that you have a chance to make profits and to make progress. So when you live in a world characterized by insecurity, characterized by deception, characterized by all manner of challenges, some coming from technology, from politics, from economic decisions gone wrong, and this presents us with a situation where millions are in poverty, where hundreds of millions of people are looking for how to get by all around the world. This happens in your neighborhood. This happens in your community. But these challenges, whether they be in terms of insecurity or be in terms of economic difficulties, all of these represents opportunities. And you have these opportunities globally. From issues with artificial intelligence, these are the global opportunities that many seek. But these opportunities come not on the platter of gold. They come on the platter of challenges. Positioning yourself for global opportunities means that you are able to become the go-to person that people seek after to solve problems, whether they be difficult or complex. Now, that's not something very easy, but it is if you prepare for it. Because all around the world, people are moving forward in their career. All around the world, people are moving forward in their calling. And that's because such people have not only embraced opportunities and challenges, which of course are the opportunities, but such people also have developed the requisite capacity, the understanding to actually solve those problems. One thing I'd like you to take to mind is this, that for every purpose, for every career, for every business, whatever it is, there are two important elements that will help you get it. The first one is time. And the second one is strategy. So to every purpose, there is both time and there is strategy. And you can't afford to miss any of that and expect to be successful. So first of all, in our time, I just gave it a short description of what our world looks like. Our world is in need of solutions. Our world is in need of those that will bring change, change that moves people forward, change that puts food on the tables of millions, change that is the transportation system. That is the time we live in. But for you to have a career that has, to pursue a career globally, to position yourself for opportunities globally, you need to first understand this time and understand what organizations are dealing with globally. You see, nobody ever becomes successful just by wanting to solve his own problems. People become successful because they develop the capacity to solve the problems of other people, and by so doing, they solve their own problems. So if you're going to be the go-to person for global opportunities, you've got to understand the problems facing the organizations you want to work with. The organizations exist not necessarily to help you, they exist to move things forward. You are seeking to be a part of their agenda, a part of their purpose. So first you need to understand why they exist and the problems they are dealing with at this time. That is the first step to positioning yourself. Why is this important? Because of course you are pursuing career in a very competitive world. Competitive because there are many people interested in the same things as you are. You see, as the population increases, the need, you see, there's also a demand on the resources available in the earth. The need of people to feed themselves, clothe themselves, have fun must be satisfied. But what happened is that according to E.P. Boss, and I agree, that all models are wrong. The real issue is how wrong the models do have to be not to be useful. What I mean by that? You see, businesses are built on models. Models for solving problems, models for advancing the world. And everybody uses those models in pursuing solutions. But what happened is the world each model leaves some people unsatisfied, leaves needs unmet, leaves pains in the lives of people. So there is always an improvement, ever improvement of the models with which we drive change. So as models for solving problems increase, models of banking, models of transportation, as they are improved, people's lives move forward. So you see, as a result of this, there is a lot of demand on a particular model at a given time. So because everyone is trying to push through with solutions using the same models, there is competition. You see, leading to what we usually call a zero-sum competition, where I have to get a job for you to be, see, if I get a job, you are out of job. You see. But the key thing I wanted to understand is that we live in a very competitive world. And that is the world in which you are pursuing global opportunities in your career. If we live in a very competitive world, you therefore need to understand how to move forward irrespective of the competition. That means you have to be able to develop the capacity, develop a uniqueness, develop a positioning that others don't have. You see, what enables you to succeed in a competitive world, competitive workplace, competitive society is the ability to develop what is called a competitive advantage. You see, organizations clearly understand that they need strategy. Sometimes professionals don't realize that they also need strategy. And even when some of them realize that, many are also clueless as to what strategy really means. Some people think that strategy is a plan of action. And strategy is not a plan of action. Strategy is how you position yourself within the competitive environment. So if you live in a society where career has become competitive, you must therefore position yourself as a team for the keynote said, positioning yourself for global opportunities. Positioning means finding a place of uniqueness, a place that sets you apart from others, a place that gives you the opportunity to be seen, the opportunity to be heard, the opportunity to be called on to serve. And that's what you one particular is a position that transcends activities and comes together to give you a uniqueness that is very difficult to come. So uniqueness, positioning in the sense that I'm referring to, refers to attaining uniqueness. It is this uniqueness that enables you to be seen, to be called upon, and for opportunities to be granted you. So if you are pursuing global opportunities in a competitive world, you need a competitive advantage. And that means you need to develop uniqueness. Uniqueness that comes from the way and how you assess information about the field where you are in, whether it is banking or agriculture or security. There has to be a way you assess information. There has to be a way you process information and translate information to resources that gives you an opportunity. I'll give you an example. During the COVID pandemic, this was in January, a friend of mine was flying back to the United States. And while he was at the airport in his country waiting, he got a memo from a group he belonged to that there was likely to be a problem in 2020, a pandemic that will shut the whole world down. Right at the airport, my friend began to think, what can I do to develop a business that people can do from their homes since they're going to be locked down? That was how a business that right now affects over 20 countries was born. Why did that happen? He had access to information and he was able to process that information. That made it possible for him to position himself to be relevant at a specific time. Times are changing every day. You need to have a very clear approach to assessing information and other resources, to processing information, and of course, to something that is even more important, to marketing yourself as a product based on the information you have assessed and processed that has enabled you to create value. You see, you are going to be demanded to the extent that you are valuable. The reason anybody will look for you is because you are valuable to them, not because you are seeking value. That is something every one of us must put at the back of our mind. Peter Drucker, a celebrated management consultant, said, and I concur, that there are only two duties of the enterprise. He said it is innovation and marketing. I also believe that there are only two duties of every human being, every professional, and it is innovation and marketing. Innovation means you have to find new ways of solving problems, new ways to reaching out for global opportunities, new ways for accessing information, for processing information. You need to find innovative approach to pursuing career. And of course, again, you need to understand marketing, because only two duties, innovation and marketing. If you will do these two, the world is going to be waiting for you everywhere you go. You find access to more opportunities than you can imagine. Innovation on the one hand, and marketing. Because you see, marketing is your system of getting the value that you've created, which in this case is your knowledge, is your skill, to the relevant segment of people that needs it. So there has to be a clearly defined approach to making that happen. If your approach is to post on LinkedIn like everyone else does, then you don't have any uniqueness. It means you are at the mercy of what happens. It can happen anyhow. You see, so there has to be a clear approach to your market. And of course, it doesn't end there. There has to also be a clear approach to how you deal with relationship and organization that you have exited. When you exit an organization, what happens? There has to still be a very clearly defined approach to dealing with organization that you've exited, society that you've exited. All these come together to give you what is called a strategic positioning that makes it possible for you to access global opportunities. The question is, how many of us think about our career this way? Or are we hoping that by some stroke of chance, a company in Japan is going to invite us to become the CFO? How many of us realize that there are actually a lot of people in pursuit of the same goal that you are pursuing, and they will set yourself apart? That is where positioning comes in. Now, this is very important. Remember, we are considering how to position yourself for global opportunities. And I say that success is never as you want it. It happens because you have a clear competitive advantage, which is a direct result of your understanding of the time, understanding of I say, you understand, your place
Sorry, I guess doctor is having a bit of network. I want to be sure. Okay, so it's back. Unmute yourself, sir.
Can you all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Oh, fantastic. So I said, first of all, you have to have a vision for your career, a personal vision, a vision that goes beyond global opportunities. Why do you want to access global opportunities? There has to be a reason. Remember, the world moves forward as human beings commit to solving problems. What can you do with your knowledge of banking? What can you do with your knowledge of finance? for a company in Turkey or a company in Nigeria. There has to be a vision that you have for your career. Beyond wanting to become the CEO, there has to be a reason why you're being CEO. Secondly, values. You see, two cannot work together except they be agreed. If you are seeking for relevance globally, then you must develop values that are necessary for that to happen. Values like love, values like honesty, values like sincerity. It was Bruce Button that said, the love for God, the love for the country, and the love for the nation. He said, these are the forces that move the world. No matter what happens, it's always the love to make a difference, the love to lift people out of pain that should compel you. So first, you've got to have a vision. Second, you need the right values. And thirdly, you need capacity. You see, you need to build the capacity that is relevant, a capacity that is needed at this time to help you make a difference. Because you see, what happened is you are seeking to be a stakeholder in an organization. But for you, and finally, commitment. You have to be committed to something larger than yourself, something larger than your family. You see, if you are seeking to position yourself for opportunities globally, then you have to care about global issues. You hear there is a war in Ukraine, that should come to your mind. It should bother you. We hear there is energy crisis in Europe, that should bother you. We hear there is political situation in Nigeria, that should get you concerned. That should get you thinking. You want to ask, what can I do to make a difference? That is called being committed to moving the world forward. And with this, you realize that the necessary opportunities will not only, you are not only able to recognize the necessary opportunities, but you also have the capacity to cash in on them and to collaborate with organizations globally to make a difference. But understand this thing. This will never happen if you're a complaining person, a blaming person, or someone who makes excuses. You require an understanding of the time that we live in, and you need a strategy to gain a competitive advantage that will position you for career opportunities globally. I want to thank all of you for having given me the time, having listened. I do not know if there's supposed to be a Q&A that will follow this, but I'll turn it over to the host. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you so much, sir, Dr. Brian, for that very, very explicit and straight to the point speech. I believe we've gained one or two things from that speech. So whilst I want to just encourage everyone before I respond to that, if you have questions in any during the course of the whole sections that we have today, in the course of our speakers taking their sections, you can just drop it in the comments so that will be easier, all right, for us to be able to take questions quickly within the short time that we have. Okay, so if you have questions for Dr. Brian, please drop that in the comments. I believe it has been a power-packed section so far. He talked about several things. There was one that hit me. If you want to be, I think you have to position yourself. You have to learn how to be concerned about global issues if you want to position your career for global opportunities. You have to learn how to be concerned about global issues. Don't turn a deaf ear to global issues, problems happening in different countries, in different organizations. You have to don't turn a blind eye to it. You must love issues, love problems, all right, and find solutions to those problems for you to be able to position yourself to position yourself for those global opportunities. Thank you so much, sir, and several other things that he's been able to bring to us. Okay, so let's take questions. If you have questions, please drop them in the comment section. All right, he said there are only two duties in the world: innovation and marketing. Innovation and marketing. That's very strong, sir. That's very strong, sir. You've narrowed out every other every other discipline and then put it, and that's the truth, really. All right, you must be concerned about innovation. How do you make things work better than it is before? How do you make things faster, easier? How do you make bring on solutions faster? I think that's what the world is going to do with the use of AI. A lot of things are being done faster right now. So you have to be able to know how to make yourself valuable to the point where you can do things, make things work faster, innovate, and of course, if you don't market it, if you don't sell it out, all right, to people will not know about what you're doing. So let's take questions, please. Let's take questions. I'm looking at the chat room now to look out for questions. All right, so we can please bring on the questions for him. All right. There's a lot of thank you, Dr. Brian, there coming on in the chat room, but let's put questions for now before we say thank you. All right. Before we thank you, let's have questions. I'm on the chat room. I think Dr. Brian must be a very, very amazing speaker. All right. He doesn't have questions. All right. He doesn't have questions. It means everything is just okay. Let's ask him questions, please.
So I have a question.
All right, good.
And my question, Dr. Brian will like, am I a student? I'm here. I'm also here to learn. I'm part of the class. Thank you so much for a wonderful presentation. And like I said to everyone, it's a mentoring and opportunity. I don't live in UK, and congratulations on your summit in Africa. I think that was it Ethiopia you did recently, Dr. Brian?
It was in Ghana.
Okay, Ghana. I couldn't make it. Thank you for the invite. And people pay like $1,000 or something, and it gave me free ticket, but I couldn't make it. Thank you so much. And I'm not sure if Dr. Brian is even in Nigeria. Nigerian, I'm not sure. Are you in Nigeria? Okay, that is a part of the thing. My question. Anyway, but the truth is this. You know, you had the profile and what it's doing in other continents or other nations, and these are ways to also see how do you navigate. Before he became an entrepreneur or independent, he has worked in organization. So how did you scale for transit from being an employee and then be able to be, a CEO and be able to do what's a passion for you and still excelling? And then you now travel across the globe, you jackpot everywhere. And that I would like to know, because that is my vision. I want to be going everywhere. All right, thank you.
Okay, I missed a little bit. There was a little glitch, so I missed the earlier part of the question where I had the rest. If you could just
okay
again.
I say how did you transit from being an employee, all right, and then to what you do now? So what was it like, and now do you think, and I mean, I could also do same or achieve same? And what are the things that keep you going, getting you more stronger and excelling in your chosen career? All right.
Okay, beautiful. So you see, there is really no big difference between an employee and an employer. It's all about commitment to issues. So at a certain time, capacity, financial and otherwise, knowledge and otherwise. You can find yourself within the organization to be useful, to commit to the vision of the organization beyond just wanting money. A time comes when that might not be possible within that organization. And yet, maybe because of structural issues or vision issues, all right? You see, the successful executive begins by positioning the resources with ease because he starts by occupying territories not contested by others. So because of capacity, increase in knowledge, maybe relationship, and your perspective, can make it possible for you to be able to now set up something that will give you the chance to do what you are already doing a little better. Assuming you're working with a bank and you're committed to that bank, and as you continue to work there and you continue to develop and improve yourself, visions could come to you. And in pursuit of that vision, you could see yourself setting up another bank, maybe to do it different, you see. So I think that's what my journey has been. I have been committed always to moving the world forward. So what happened is that with growth and development, an increase in resources and opportunities. I mean, we're talking about opportunity because if you have, you will find more. See, as these opportunities come, we act on them. But the key issue has always and should always be a commitment to making the lives of other people better, to moving the world forward. So that actually, and when you ask the second question, what drives me? That is what drives me. What drives me is that we owe it to ourselves to solve the problems we have in our time. The people who lived in 1970 cannot come in 1870 cannot come and solve the problems we have today. It has to be us. So that comes sometimes upon the people, the demand of destiny to be relevant. All of us have this demand of destiny to be relevant to our generation and to be useful to the generations coming. That is what drives me.
All right.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Awesome. All right. So we have, okay, I think the first one is a compliment. All right. Time and strategy are very key for global positioning, and you can't afford to miss any of it. Very insightful. Thank you, Dr. Brian. I think there's a question, there's a follow-up question there by Chika. Let me see that. It says, global positioning seems to be targeted at specific career path. If that path is the case, what are these paths? And if not, how do one scale themselves and measure themselves to the global standard in which you tend to achieve? I don't know if you got the question, sir.
I think I do. I will try. If I answer it wrongly, the person should please let me know. Did you hear me? I think I got the global opportunities are not. Of course, there could be areas that are of more concern and interest. All right, but there are opportunities in every area, actually. The question is, to what extent have you developed yourself to be useful in those areas? So there are no special areas. Of course, more areas could be of more importance than others. All right, but there are no limits because you find there are several industries all around the world, and the reason for those industries, the reason for those industries, whether it is manufacturing, whether it is finance or whatever, the reason is one thing: human beings has to be met. The needs of organizations has to be met. The needs of government has to be met. So irrespective of what it is that you have, as a capacity, there is a place for you. All right. So I think that answers the question. Of course, like I said, there could be some other areas that that probably be in more demand than others. And what do you do if you want to be in a particular area? Well, it is capacity building. The capacity building enables you to understand the time. When you're building capacity, that means you are reading, exposing yourself to information. That means you are understanding what's really going on. Now, that's part of the reason why you're here. At the end of this 2-day session, you're going to learn a lot. You are exposing yourself to information. That's one of the ways to understand what's really going on. Okay, and of course, you watch the news and make an independent judgment of the news, okay? And then, of course, you attend summits and conferences and trainings, all right? That way, you get to understand what's going on. Where is the world going to? And you get to a point where you become the chess player, not the chess piece. In other words, you can form your own independent opinion on issues, no matter what those issues are. Now, that capacity is what enables you to market yourself, because remember, the marketing is your responsibility. And of course, understanding how things are working is what gives you the ability also to think of new ways that they can work. You see, it could be that you understood how a particular industry functions, all right? And by the time you get into another industry, you can put the knowledge together, and that gives you a completely new approach to solving problem. Let me give you a story if I have the time. I'm not sure if I do. This is going to be short, but that will kind of give you an idea to how to even think about life, about business. Many years ago, a marketing had it that's the Parker pen. You all know Parker pen, a very expensive, an expensive pen, right? They got a new CEO, and this new CEO assembled the management team and asked them, who is our main competitor? The first woman got up and said, is a Scaffer pen. Now, Scaffer is another luxury pen. So that was just supposed to be the correct answer. But the CEO disagreed and said, why we compete with Scaffer to very large? They got confused. So who is our main competitor then if it's not Scaffer? After a little while, another man got up and said, I think I know. He said, it is the Bureau Swan, because
I think we lost Dr. Brian there. I don't know. I really wanted to hear that story. I'll probably ask him to say it again. But I don't know if he can hear us, because we can hear him very clearly. Dr. Brian, we can hear you. We can hear you. Okay. All right. I think it's out. Okay. So while we await him coming in, sorry. Okay. Okay, so while we are waiting him coming in, I think I personally want to hear the story. And let me see if there are other questions. I have one more question for him. We're very concerned about time anyway. And after this, we are going on break. But please let's not forget that it would be great that we take notes, and beyond taking notes, we should have questions. So while in the course of the conversations, you can drop your questions in the comments, all right, so that it's easy for us to take it on quickly. All right,
can
so
you
we can
hear
wrap
me?
up quickly. Okay, is it back?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now, sir.
Okay, I don't know what's happening. I can't even see my photo any longer, but it's okay. Okay, yeah, so
that's fine.
This person,
we lost you at when you were telling the story about the pen.
Okay, so the first woman got up and said, our main competitor is Scaffer pen. Now that was easy, but the CEO disagreed. And the next person said it was the Bureau Swan. Now the CEO was happy because you see, the main competitor, by thinking that the Bureau Swan is the main competitor, that means we are no longer in the luxury pen industry. We are now in the writing implement industry. So that includes pencils, markers, and anything that writes. But the CEO disagreed and said, we compete with Bureau Swan, but they are by no means our main competitor. And then another person got up and said, well, it's a telephone. How could that be? He said, well, because it's about communication. The CEO was happy that the people were now thinking, they moved from thinking that they were in the luxury pen industry to the writing implement industry, and now they think they're in the communication industry. Can you imagine just what has happened with a single session? How did I think about their company? But the CEO still disagreed. And they said, so please tell us, who is our main competitor? And it will shock you to hear what he says. The CEO said, our main competitor is a Royston cigarette lighter. I don't know if you heard me. He said their main competitor, a luxury pen, is a cigarette lighter. That doesn't make any sense. Now you see one thing, The best strategies are formless and invisible. The enemy, the competitor, doesn't know what to defend against. That has to be your approach. What they didn't realize was that people bought their pen as a luxury gift, not a luxury pen. And when they didn't buy their pen for luxury gift, then the other thing they went for was another luxury gift called the Royston cigarette light. So you see, how you think about what you do makes a lot of difference. I was talking about building capacity, and that means you need to exercise your mind. Think beyond what you've been taught, all right? By expanding your mind, your approach changes, your innovative ability increases, and you can better position yourself for global opportunities.
Thank you so much, Dr.
Thank
Brian.
you very much.
Thank you so much. I think the network is trying to mess up, but I think we're able to put.
Can still hear me, and
yes, we're able to put.
Yeah. So Terry,
Yes,
let me just also thank Dr. Brian. Thank you for your time. Thank you so much for the insightful discussion. Appreciate it. Go ahead, Terry.
all right. So can we just celebrate Dr. Brian? Put it in the comments. Let's just celebrate him. Thank you for the section. I was just writing some of the things, powerful points that I need to think through. I think it's been a very, very impactful section. So let's go to the comments and just celebrate Dr. Brian. Thank him for the section so far. We're going on break right now for, I think, 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Well, next section is going to be at exactly 1 p.m. So we're encouraged to get back here maybe 5 minutes before 1 p.m. because exactly 1 p.m. we're going to be putting out the next speaker, plenary speaker. You don't want to miss this one. You don't want to miss this one. She'll be talking about leveraging mentoring and coaching in helping you to position yourself for global opportunities. So personally, I don't want to miss this one. I know you don't want to miss this one. So we're going on a very short break right now. I will be back in another 10 minutes, exactly 1 p.m. We're going to start up that section with the TDA. Taking that section. So let's go on break right now. Very short one. Let's be back 5 minutes to the time. 12:55, we should be back. So that by exactly 1 p.m., we kick off that section on leveraging mentoring and coaching. All right. Let's have our music. Cobams. Let's have Cobams and within that 5 minutes. So.
I've been down the road where failure seemed familiar. No one thought that I would ever come this far. When everything was telling me that it was over, still there was a fire burning in my heart. There were days I felt like I was at my lowest. I pushed so hard I couldn't see beyond the pain. I never knew I made it high enough to notice I'm getting closer, stronger than I've ever been. I believe that I'm unstoppable. I believe I've only just begun. I will conquer, I will fly, reach my peak, I will. And there's nothing that can ever bring me down. I am living proof that nothing is impossible. I beat the odds when hope was nowhere to be found. There was a strength that up now, and I am not afraid to climb another mountain, to risk it all, to face my deepest, darkest fear, to live a dream much bigger than I can imagine, 'cause I want the world to know that I am here. I believe that I'm unstoppable. I believe I've only just begun. I will conquer, I will fly, reach my peak, I will. And there's nothing that can ever bring me down. I believe that dreams are untamable, and I believe that wings were made to fly. I'll touch the sky, reach for the stars, do the impossible. And there's nothing that can ever bring me down. I'm one dream away from everything I hope to be. I am one step closer to the finish line. I know that every stride would lead me to my destiny. And I'm one reach away from taking what is mine. I believe that I'm unstoppable. I believe I've only just begun. I will conquer, I will fly, reach my peak, I will. And there's nothing that can ever bring me down. I believe that dreams are untamable, and I believe that wings were made to fly. I'll touch the sky, reach for the stars, do the impossible. I believe that nothing can. I believe that nothing will. I believe nothing will ever bring me down. Oh.
Unmute yourself.
Right. Okay, so let's getting ready for the next section. Let's ensure You get your pen and your paper and your notepad ready for this next section. It's going to be power packed. All right, so if you have people that you don't need to know about this, you can send them the YouTube link. I don't know, maybe we should drop the YouTube link on the chat room. All right, so we can share that abroad so more persons can join the chat on the YouTube link. I think somebody needs to know about this. Somebody needs to hear this. So. All right, we're going to be starting in another 2 minutes. All right, if you need to take some water, please go take some water. If you need to get some soft drinks, please get some soft drinks. All right, if you need to stretch around, please stretch around while we get ready to receive our next plenary speaker. In the course of the conversation, if there's anything that drops in your mind that resonates with you, you can drop it in the comment section so that others can also learn from you. That's a very good way of mentoring too, right? If you have anything that drops in your mind from what the speaker said, you can drop it in the chat room. Someone else may just pick that as their own take home for today. All right, so I encourage us to use the chat room. Let's get it bubbling beyond just celebrating ourselves, celebrating our speakers. Let's drop some nuggets in the chat room so that others can learn from today's conversation. All right, we'll be starting in another 1 minute exactly. At exactly 1 p.m., I'll be introducing the next speaker, who is going to take us into the next round of sections of the Career Summit 5.0 on positioning your career for global opportunities. I believe it's been an amazing section so far. Can the host drop the YouTube link? Or any of the moderators, you can drop the YouTube link in the comments, all right? So others can have it, you can share it. Or if you go to in the groups, let's have the YouTube link drop in the groups, WhatsApp groups, so that we can share it abroad to other people to join and learn from what is happening here today. Okay, exactly 1 p.m. We're going to be starting the next section right now. I believe our speaker is in. Let me check and see. I think I saw her lately. Before we get in, let me celebrate. I know earlier the conversation before we started, I talked about celebrating those who were joining from other parts of the world. Just to let you know that this is a global platform right now, all right? So we had a lot of people joining us from Kenya. We had some joining us from Canada. And I think I saw one, Constance, join all the way from Cameroon. Constance, you're very much welcome into Career Summit 5.0. We celebrate you for taking our time to plug in right here on this section. Thank you so much for joining in. So our next speaker, I think she's in. Let me see. I think I saw her just now. Ayo, please confirm if the speaker is in. I think I saw. Yeah, okay. I think she's in and ready. She's in and ready. So our next speaker that's going to be taking us into the next session, For today, the Career Summit 5.0, or career positioning yourself for global opportunities. She will be taking us on leveraging mentoring and coaching. Taiwo Dayo Abaton is a speaker. Taiwo Dayo Abaton is a seasoned HR specialist and currently the regional head HR Sub-Saharan Africa for VFS Global, where she manages human capital matters across the 30 locations in Africa in line with the corporate agenda of the organization. Before this, she was a group head, human capital and corporate services at Primera African Finance Group, where she led a team in strategic planning, organizational leadership, change management, process automation, and provides thought partnership in driving the human capital agenda of the group. With 25 years work experience with over 20 years in core human resource management, she has over the years developed competencies in performance management, people and cultural transformation, learning and development, manpower planning, recruitment and selection, organizational development and employee relations, and her career spans different sectors of the Nigerian economy. An alumnus of London Academy Business School and as well as Olushola Lare Coaching Academy, Taiwo attended the University of Ado-Ekiti where she studied economics and graduated with a second-class upper degree. She then proceeded to the Federal University of Technology, Akure, where she bagged an MBA majoring in management. She's a member of several professional bodies, amongst which is the Chartered Institute of Personnel Management, International Coaching Federation in Nigeria, Association of Professional Facilitators and Trainers in Africa, and of course, the Nigerian Institute of Management. All right, she is a certified senior professional in human resources international, as well as a trained adult learning experience professional. As a trainer, she sits in several boards, consulting companies, amongst which are Belt Consulting Limited, Rome Business School, Bedford Consulting, Vantage Consulting, where she also sits as a member of the advisory boards of their certification arm. She was recently appointed as the advisory board chair of HR Expo Africa, organizers of one of the largest work festivals in Africa, as well as the vice chairman, Committee of HR and L&D experts of NECA. She's the author of several books and has several awards, I think almost 10 awards here right now to her name. She's very dedicated, focused, and goal-oriented individual with excellence in interpersonal skills and has imbibed teamwork as a philosophy, and this guides her career. With a resounding welcome, and use your favorite emoji in the chat room. All right, let's see the chat room bubbling. Can we receive, all right, our fifth time, all right, fifth time speaker on Career Summit 1.0, I think Career Summit 2.0, Career Summit 3.0, Career Summit 4.0, Career Summit 5.0, and Career Summit 6.0.
10.0. She's a 5-star.
I will receive. All right.
Thank you, Mama. Thank you, Mama.
Abaton. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
She's talking about leveraging.
Good afternoon, good morning from any part of the world that you are connecting from. If you can hear me, do let me know.
Yes, we can hear you.
I've been introduced, and to God be the glory. Thank you, Dr. Ayodele, for what you're doing. Thank you for your tenacity. Thank you for your commitment to the growth of the next generation. You know that things like this make me excited. Even if I'm not available, I'll find time just to be committed. You and I have conversations about which part of the world I will be in, and then you try to make the timing work for me. I am sincerely grateful. And for everyone on the call, we're going in for a good ride for the next 45 minutes. Talking on how do we leverage on coaching and mentoring for global opportunities. I would want to say, while I share my screen, that the world of work has become borderless. Also that because that become borderless, opportunities abound for every one of us. And so if we have that mindset that all you can do is here within the shores of Nigeria, please note that you must have a paradigm and you need a shift from today. So two things, the world of work has become borderless, and also that opportunities abound. If you can see my screen, to let me know. You can see my screen, let me know.
We can see your screen.
So how do you
very well,
position your
very well.
career? How do you position yourself as well your career for global opportunities, leveraging on mentoring and coaching? I would share my table of contents to say that yes, there will be an introduction. We'll talk about the concept. When you hear mentoring and coaching, what are we saying? Some people feel it's the same. Some people believe there are two different things, but I'll be shedding some light along that line. What is the importance of mentoring and coaching? I know for some of us on the call, I can comfortably attest to the fact that I'm a product of both mentoring and coaching. So there's the importance, the benefits also, what we have to gain. Some people will say, I'm just on my own, I can do things myself. But I would say that you will have accelerated growth and progress if you're able to leverage on mentoring and coaching. Yeah, beyond just career, there are other things that you could, that coaching and mentoring could help you with, and that's overcoming life challenges. Based on my experience as a coach, based also on my experience as a mentor, I found out that people come to us, mentors and coaches, to say, come and help me with my career, I want to progress. But when we begin to have those personal conversations with, in this case, the mentees, or in the other case, the client or the coachee, we find out that there are other things inherent that if they are not fixed, would inhibit your career growth. So yeah, coaching and mentoring helps to overcome that. How do you then begin to identify the right mentor and coach? Because for some people, they believe coaching, if you have a coach or you have a mentor, is for you to fans, it's for you to mention their names everywhere, or it's for you to brag with them, about them. So how do you identify the right mentor and the coach? When you do that, how can you make that journey or that experience very effective? And then how do you measure the success? We'll conclude, and then there'll be opportunity for questions. If you're here on the call and you're ready to, the plane is taxiing at this point in time, you're ready to go along with me, let me see your emojis, let me see your reactions, and then we move on. So, research has shown, and this is a study by Deloitte, employees who receive mentoring were promoted 5 times more than those who did not have mentors. Interesting conversation there. Employees who received mentoring, somebody who had a coach or who had a mentor, experienced promotion 5 times more than those who did not have mentors. Something is happening there. And they were 6 times more likely to be promoted to a senior position. They were 6 times more likely. I'll be sharing my personal experiences here. My first core HR job, I joined in as a manager because I understood the concept of mentoring and coaching quickly. The next job I got, about 3 or 4 years after, I moved into the role of an AGM. Quite interesting, really, because I was able to leverage more on having a coach and also a mentor. So from manager, I skipped senior manager, I skipped principal manager, and I moved to a role of an AGM. After that, even after my role as an AGM, I moved into a role of an executive director. So skipping again, DGM, skipping DGM, GM, and then moving to an ED role. So it's possible. So that's what research has shown. Also, according to a study by ICF, individuals who receive coaching, now not mentoring this time around, coaching, improved work performance, better business management, and more effective communication skills. Even currently, I'm still being coached. Currently, I'm still being mentored. And when I interact with people who haven't seen me in a while, they'll say, oh, I'm sick. They're seeing some evolution. They're seeing some changes, basically because even for me as a certified coach, even for me as a mentor, I still have mentors and I still have coaches. Happy to share here. But I have a coach who had someone who coached me on branding, had a mentor who also mentored me along several areas of my life and of my career. And this definitely has paid off for me. I hope you're getting something here. So mentorship and coaching are 2 distinct things. So I would say something here that we call them life interventions. They're interventions that happen to you or that are given to you when at some point in your life or in your career you're stuck. It could be coaching, it could be mentoring, it could be therapy, it could be counseling. Coaching, therapy, mentoring, and counseling are all interventions or techniques that help people to move from one level of where they are in that particular area of their life to another level. So there are two distinct things. I would say first and foremost that mentoring is a relationship. When you're experiencing mentorship from someone that is a mentor, comes with a very high level of vulnerability, because the mentor will be sharing his or her own life's experiences, their mistakes, and obstacles that they've also encountered with the mentee. And so also there must be some form of similarity, and it's like I said, a relationship. There must be rapport, there must be some form of connectedness. So I would say not everybody has come to me to say, TB, a mentor that I've obliged that opportunity. So it's a relationship, and it's basically most times long-term, 6 months, 1 year, 2 years. I've had my mentor now for 5 years. The mentor is a person who is more experienced. So what you're not coming, the mentee is not coming with their either own knowledge. You're coming in to say, I want to learn from the mentor. So somebody who is more experienced, and the goal is to share knowledge, look at it, experience, insight, to help the mentee develop their skills and advance their career. So what we do as mentors, for those of us on the call, the likes of the player at the end, we provide advice, feedback that will help them to navigate challenges and make good career decisions. So that is mentorship. Like I said, it's a relationship, it's a long term, it involves vulnerability, it involves a high level of trust. And most times when you're having mentorship conversations, most times we discuss around information. Now, when it comes to coaching, like I said, it's also one of the techniques that are used. Coaching, on the other hand, so most times we want to mix mentorship with coaching. There are two. It is a profession governed by its own rules and ethics. I'm going over that again. Coaching is a profession governed by its own rules and ethics. It is more structured. It is short term, and it is focused on helping individuals achieve specific goals or overcome specific challenges. So there are 12 areas of life. And so if someone's going to approach me and say, I need coaching, it could be around finances, coaching around health and wellness, coaching around self-esteem, coaching around relationships, coaching around career. So there's a specific goal, time-bound, a specific goal. Now, the difference between coaching and mentoring is that for coaching, we do not advise. Coaches don't give advice. We don't counsel. We only provide clarity. We help the individual to get clarity around where they are, what they're trying to achieve. And also we find a way of holding them accountable to it. So that's the difference between mentorship and coaching. If you're still on this call with me, let me know. Just say in the chat room, TDA, and now understand the difference between coaching and I understand the difference between mentoring, and then we'll move on. So why coaching and mentoring when you want to position yourself for global opportunities? Remember I said the world of work has become borderless, and also that opportunities are bound. Now, coaching and mentoring will help your personal growth. When you have someone who is leading you, someone who is guiding you, it will help you to develop a growth mindset. When you have a mentor who is an achiever or has achieved things, there's a way it helps you to have a paradigm shift to say that these things are possible. There's a way coaching and mentoring helps you to boost your confidence, to take on new challenges, and also to pursue those global opportunities. Also for skill development, you're able to develop some skills. I know that there was someone I had to mentor around the intelligences, the various intelligence, spiritual intelligence, emotional intelligence, and political intelligence and awareness and all that. So it helps to develop your skills when you have a mentor or you have a coach, particularly someone who is global in their orientation and in their mindset. So there's also cultural awareness. Mentors and coaches can provide valuable insights into the cultural norms and expectations of different regions and countries. Yes, because your own knowledge is limited. When you have a coach or you have a mentor who understands that global perspective, they're able to understand cultural awareness. Also, you have strategic guidance. So you have a mentor and a coach there telling you it is not all opportunities that you take. They're going to take an opportunity, how do you go about it? Of course, you have an opportunity of getting to network with people who are the peers of your mentor and your coaches. Your mentor, your coach gives you that visibility, and that exposure. Being able to build your own network within their own professional network helps a lot. So that's what I would say. Why would you need a coach or a mentor? Why it's important, the positioning for growth opportunities. So moving on. So that we can, it's actually a few slides I have, so that we can ask as much questions as possible. Now, what are the benefits? If you don't have a mentor today or you don't have a coach, define exactly what you want. And these are the benefits available for you if you're able to get that done. You have access to a wealth of experience and knowledge from a mentor. I had one of my mentees reach out to me just after me saying, TDA, please, can you share with me the local laws for about 3 or 4 West African countries? And I said, I'll give it to you. I'll send the links to you. Imagine access to a wealth of experience and knowledge from your mentor. So she doesn't have to go to Google. She doesn't have to stress herself. She's getting that on a platter of gold. You also have exposure to new perspectives and ideas that can help you as a mentee make better decisions. So we look at things in one direction. When the coach or a mentor is there, they're able to help you to look at things holistically, be able to make better and informed decisions. Once you have someone at your back who is covering you, who is guiding you, there's an improvement in your confidence and your self-esteem. And you also are able to mark your milestones. You can see the progress and growth you're achieving when this is being done. There's opportunities to expand your professional network and also make new connections. I've said that. I've had several occasions, several events that I would say my mentees or my coaches join me on this occasion. Access where they would never have imagined they will get access to. So there's opportunities to expand your professional network. You have clarifications around your career goals and your objectives when you have a coach and when you have a mentor. You are able to develop a personalized action plan. So for my mentees, we agree on an action plan, time-bound, even for my coaches also. So it's personalized action plan. There's enhanced self-awareness and understanding of the weaknesses and your strengths, because your coach or your mentor is looking at you from afar. So they can gauge your behavior and they guide you to a better level of self-awareness, where you're able to manage yourself in a more refined, acceptable way. Of course, there's increased accountability. So many of us we suffer from procrastination, we suffer from inability to take decisions, analysis paralysis. When you have a mentor and a coach who you have agreed with in terms of accountability, they're able to work along your timelines and they are motivated to achieve your goals. So these are the benefits of mentoring and coaching. Zeroing along. Now, I talked about the other areas of life that when people approach us as mentors and coaches, they're asking, come and guide me in terms of my career. But when you begin to have those personalized conversations, you find out that there are other areas where they actually need help. Mentoring and coaching will help there, because as coaches and mentors, there are mentees and coaches have access to emotional support. Things they would not ordinarily want to discuss with the general public. They could share those experiences and those issues with their mentors and their coaches, and they get that emotional support. I've seen mentees telling me, "Didi, I'm going to do ABC, walk along this journey with me." And even when the mentee will think I have forgotten, and I'm chatting them up, what's the update on this? How far have you gone with this? That emotional support. I may not have the solution, but the fact that the support emotionally is there, it helps. They're able to identify opportunities. So generally, you want to first of all take care of those within your own little network before spreading out opportunities to others, so they have direct access to opportunities. They provide objective perspective to things. So while the mentee or the coach is looking at things from an emotional perspective, the mentor or the coach is able to provide objective perspective on the issues. There's motivation and accountability. I can't begin to say that over and over again. Somebody's holding you accountable for your decisions, holding you accountable for your commitment, for the things you want to do. It encourages self-reflection, and you're able to build resilience. How? Particularly for the Gen Zs. Or Gen Zs, where everything is more like microwave, everything is more than on the go, I need it now. When your mentor begins to share their own experiences, yes, I think I forgot to say something. Mentoring, one of the benefits is that you have accelerated progress, because what has taken your mentor a longer time to achieve, because they have shared their experiences, their faults, their mistakes with you, you are able to get there faster. And one thing again, the benefits of mentoring and coaching is that you're able to build resilience, because I always think to say, this person has gone through this, so I can also go through it. Instead of dropping the ball or saying I'm not going further, you're able to build resilience. I'm going to how to identify the right coach and mentor. I will want to say, and for those who have seen me put out things around mentorship, you have to define your goals. Don't come and stress the mentor. Define your goals. What am I trying to achieve? Because what you're trying to achieve will determine who you approach as a coach or as a mentor. So you first of all have to define your goal. So most times people come to me either on LinkedIn or social media or via WhatsApp calls to say, I need you to mentor me TDA. I give them an assignment, go back and write me one pager of your goals, what I'm trying to achieve. Let me know. And most times I will say 8 out of 10 don't come back because they have not been able to clearly articulate what they're trying to achieve for themselves. Another thing, when you're trying to identify a right mentor and a coach, there must be considered the personality and the communication style. So if someone is, you want to look at someone who can relate with you on the same wavelength, because there has to be what I would call a rapport. There has to be a rapport. So look for similarity between who you're trying to identify as your mentor and your coach, so that you're able to build a rapport. Look for experience. Look for people who are well-rounded. The right mentor coach will have experience and expertise in the area or the field of your own interest. They should have a track record of success in their own career and be able to provide valuable insights to guardians. So look for experience when you're trying to identify the right mentor or the coach. Also evaluate their approach to things. The right mentor or coach should have an approach that aligns with your own learning style and goals. So you want to evaluate their approach. They should be willing to provide the support and the guidance. So I have people who are senior to me in the profession that I've sent WhatsApp chats to for one thing or the other, asking for one help. In the last 6 months, I haven't gotten the response. Interestingly. So the coach or the mentor should be available to provide the support that aligns with your own unique situation and goals. So this is how to identify the right mentor. Define your goals, consider the personality and communication style, look for experience, and also evaluate their approach to things and to life. Now, to have an effective mentoring and coaching experience or a session. So for coaching, we have sessions. For mentoring, like I said, it's a journey, it's more long-term, so called an experience. You must do the following. You must maintain open communication so that there's no holding back. Communication is key to building strong coaching and mentoring relationship. You must feel comfortable sharing your thoughts and your feelings with your coach or your mentor. And also, you must be open to take feedback. I've seen people that are running away from me when I give them honest feedback and support. So ask yourself when you want to go on a coaching or a mentoring journey. Are you ready to hear the truth? Are you ready to hear, no, not the truth, are you ready to hear honest feedback? Honest feedback, so they must maintain the communication. Also, as a mentee, you have to be proactive. You are the one that will reach out to your mentor. So you have to schedule regular check-in and questions and topics to discuss. So most times when I'm talking to my mentees, talking to my coaches, I tell them, I hope you have your notes with you, but they must always jot down things. Also note that most times the mentor will not possible to spend with you. You want to be proactive to make good use of the opportunity you have when you reach out to them, they will listen to you. Please respect boundaries. People have messed up with access. I'll say it again, many people have messed up when it comes to having access to a mentor. Most times, a mentorship coaching, it comes with a level of, let me use our local parlance here, see finish. Because the mentor will go very granular with you. They will personal experience. I've seen mentees reaching out to me at 2 a.m., 3 a.m., 5 a.m., some 8 a.m. on a Monday morning. They're not respecting boundaries because the mentor also has a 9 to 5 or has what he or she is doing. The mentor also has a family. They have a life. So respect boundaries. So agree on those terms. And it's an important aspect of building an effective mentoring relationship. You have to respect boundaries. And it's all based on mutual respect. Be open to receiving feedback. I'm saying this again. A mentee should be open to receiving feedback, whether it is sweet, constructive criticisms. Be willing to listen to it from your mentor, your coach. Because the reason we have that if you are looking for someone to always will be endorsing everything you want to do, no, you can't. That's not the work of a mentor or the work of a coach. They will give you constructive criticism. They will give you direction, and that is actually you need to be open to receiving such feedback. Rounding up, I want us to have enough time to ask questions. Now, how do you measure success? So you're in this relationship 3 months, 6 months. You should be able to look back and say, how do I begin to measure whether this is favorable, whether we have actually achieved success this journey? So you track progress against goals. Like I told you, my mentees, they have their goals, their timelines. For coaches, their goals and timelines, they need to track progress against goals. Most times I would dissociate from the coachee, the mentee, when I'm not seeing appreciable goals, because it has a way to also it also rubs off on the mentor's credibility. Somebody's working with you, somebody's in a relationship with you, there's no remarkable progress. You want to look at that relationship, but I want to sever it, or you want to realign or reassess it. You want to track progress against goals. To measure, you have to solicit for feedback. So the mentor and the mentee, coach and the coachee should provide feedback. So most times I get to my mentees and I say, okay, JK, give me feedback on this issue. And they give constructive feedback, also for me to be a better person, and also give them also that feedback. So either party should solicit for feedback. There must be a reflecting on personal growth and development. So as a mentee, you want to ask yourself, am I really growing? How have I grown? How has my communication changed? How has my thinking changed? Have I made progress in the career or in that area that I've sought help for? So you have to reflect on your personal growth and development. Please feel free. If it's not working, feel free to see whether relationship. Both parties can go on their own. Then measure behavioral change. The mentor, coach, and mentee should establish specific behavioral changes that the mentee wants to make. Then more behavioral change. The mentor and coach should observe the mentee's behavior over time and provide feedback on whether the mentee is making progress towards that changes. So this will determine whether the program, whether a mentoring program or coaching experience is effective in achieving the goal or the behavioral change desired. In conclusion, mentoring and coaching are powerful tools. I've said before, I have been a recipient, I'm still enjoying it, that can help individuals overcome unexpected challenges and achieve their career goals. Through personalized guidance, support, and accountability, mentors and coaches can help individuals develop resilience, gain perspective, and build the confidence and skills necessary to succeed in a global marketplace. I will still make emphasis on the global marketplace because that is the now of work. You need guardians. The way we communicate here in Nigeria is not what the communication is done in the global space. So who guides decision making, how we are perceived, and stuff like that. You need guardians along that line. Some things you shouldn't see at the meeting, your body language, your nuances, you need direction and guardians along that line. To make the most of this relationship, it is pertinent to select the right mentor or coach. 1, establish clear goals and expectations, and measure progress regularly. These are the 3 focal points. Choose the right mentor, establish your clear goals and expectations, and you must measure progress regularly. With the right support and guardians, individuals can navigate unexpected changes and challenges with more confidence and position themselves for success in a rapidly changing world. Thank you everyone for listening. At this point, I am open to questions.
Awesome. Awesome.
All right.
Thank you so much, TDA. Tell you are in charge.
The questions are coming up already.
I can see the questions. Thank you so much for that. She's just on point. All right, exactly 30 minutes. All right, Dr. Aya, our speakers are just, they are really falling on time.
Yeah, that is mentoring.
That is mentoring. That is coaching. All right, thank you.
The beauty of the summit is that we want everyone to be more desirous. We are only whetting your appetite. There's so much, and we want you to leverage on the caliber of people that are, speaking to us. So if you talk to us, we'll be able to seek their, their indulgence and get you across to them, because that's what it is. The essence of the summit is just for us to have the pep talk, and then the summit go for another 1 year until we come back again. All right. So that's one I can assure you, and that's what we want you to enjoy. So thank you so much, Mama. That was loaded. That was awesome. Teddy, you are in charge.
Thank you, TDA, for that. Every time we listen to you, it's always fresh. I think we should come and sit down and carry a book and hear you very, very well, so that we can be taking these things down as it's coming up. Thank you so much for that. All right, so there's a question that has been there.
Sorry, please. Let me also say this. I think, except 2 years ago, TDA has transited from different organizations over time. So it's called, last year it was from another organization is talking to us. This year is another organization. In fact, it was out of the country this year. So that tells you that the people that come to load us here are also not just staying at one side or one step and say that they're accomplished. They're also yearning and progressing. And that's how you know who truly is someone that you can pattern your life, you can learn from. Someone that continuously improve on his own, that's also advancing. TDA, congratulations. Maybe I will just locate and be your PA. Come and be your PA now.
And she did not answer the question on where
she's journey. I'm still on the journey also. I'm still on the journey.
She did not answer the question on where
the
she's
location.
Talking to us.
She will tell us. She will tell us.
She dodged it anyway.
maybe she's beside us.
No, but we can actually know, because the network is disturbing people from outside. So, but let's see. Awesome. So let's jump in quickly.
I saw a question. Somebody said, who set the goal? Somebody said,
no, there's one that said, does gender matter when choosing a mentor?
Let me answer that one first.
Yeah.
To some extent, gender matters. So I've always raised that touch. Unless either party can set clear goals, and I'll give myself an example. I had a mentor who was mentoring me on branding and communication. A male, a man, but we set clear goals around time of connection. So we agreed no connection after 6 p.m. and interactions would only happen Monday to Friday, 8 to 5. So you have to be able to set clear goals. We were also very specific to say this will be a 6-month mentoring journey. So it was 6 months. And we agreed to also catch up once a week. So it was once a week. So I only had interaction with me four times in a month, 4 times 6. You can imagine how limited that time was. And also no interferences after 7 p.m. because he had a family, I also had a family. And so if you're able to set those clear goals, it's fine. But ideally, I would say pick a mentor who is of the same sex with you, because they are better able to relate to your peculiarities. So you do what works for you. Maturity comes to play. Emotional intelligence comes to play when you're trying to choose a mentor. So I will give it at that. Either works if you're able to set clear lines and boundaries. And I've shared my experience. Interestingly, let me break a table here. All my mentors have been male. They've all been male. All my mentors. Male.
It shows.
So people tell me that I behave like a man at times. I'm very decisive. I'm very objective. People say I'm not sentimental. I'm not emotional. But I would say that if you want to get the corner office, the nice girl, being nice, you won't get to the corner office. So I want to recommend, if you're on the call, go and read the book. Think like a man, act like a lady. It's a book like that. So you say act like a lady, but think how men think, so that you can sit on that table and make the right decisions. Thank you. The second question I saw there, somebody was asking who sets the goals, the mentee or the mentor? The mentee sets the goals, because your goals, you have to set them first before you can identify who can enable you to achieve those goals. So it's first of all the mentee that sets the goals. Terry, over to you.
Yeah, that's great. All right, so there's a question I had there from Leah. She says, I love to think of how I can also support my potential mentors. I'm curious what options you think I can consider in terms of being of value as well to mentors.
Thank you. So I will go straight in. Mentorship is a relationship. If you are coming with the mindset of you just want to come and take from your mentor, you must also be available to ease the burden of your mentor. Okay, so I've seen people come and reach me and say, TD, what can I do for you? Somebody's handling all my virtual experiences on social media. I have a mentee who handles that for me. Not to put out the writing, but sometimes you need to put out, you've forgotten to put out this post this week, or somebody sent you an email, can you please respond to that? So that is a form of service. Somebody could say, I want to help you to, there's several ways you can ask them what they need. I'm not saying go and wash their clothes in their houses, but there are several ways you can be of value to your mentee, to your mentor. Ask. They also need somebody that can be a lean. So yeah, there's several ways. Ask. And you'll be shocked that they also need help. So mentors need help. Mentors need help.
So I want to even ask, I'm sure, is it a mentee that designed your slide? That slide is amazing. All right, so that's just by the way. Anyway, but the slides are amazing.
I shared my thoughts with that person. He's a mentee, and he did that remarkable work.
Yeah. No, so I had to bring that out because I know because of your busy schedule.
That's like for me.
Yeah, so because of the busy schedule, so I saw that the slide paid a lot of details, attention to details, and it was carefully crafted. Someone who is a busy professional who have the time to start putting this together. So I just thought in my head, someone definitely would have done that. So I just thought to bring that out, right, in terms of just to buttress your point about the relationships between the mentees and make it look as if it must be a relationship and it must also be a form of value being added as a mentee to the mentor. I just thought to bring that out. So thank you for sharing that with us. That is secrets, but were revealed. Okay, so there's another question here. Is there any particular age that mentoring or coaching is required? For example, someone in her 50s, is it still achievable?
So I have a mentee who is 52. I have a mentee who is 60. There's no age limit. Once you have that, you know, and you're confused that you're stuck somewhere in that area of life, get help. There's no range. There's no age limit. Can I also say here on the call that you can even get a mentor out of your career line. So I have mentored MDs. I've mentored MDs of companies. I have mentored people who are in the Air Force, who are in the military. I've mentored a squadron leader in the Air Force. I've mentored a brigadier in the Army. And they're still my mentees because they know that they need that help. So there's no age limit when it comes to mentorship. There's no age limit when it comes to coaching. But like I said, discover your goals and look for who can guide you along that line.
All right, awesome. Moving on. There's another question here. How does an introvert, I think this is a strong one, How does an introvert manage to find a mentor? Introvert that is not talking, he's talking to himself all the time. So how does he find a mentor? All right, considering that one needs to be proactively reaching out.
Apart from our temperaments, whether you're a sanguine, you're a melancholic, you're a phlegmatic person, you're a choleric, apart from our temperaments, every one of us, we are functions of our life experiences, our environment where we grew up, our level of knowledge, amongst other things. So you are not who you are. If you're saying that you're an introvert can be triggered to become an extrovert. Now, if you look at your being, if you see your being an introvert as a limitation, then change it. Change it. You are the one looking for help. You're the one looking for a solution. So whatever you are looking at your behavior that seems to be a limitation, work on it and get out there. The Yorubas will say that I sorrow. I won't end it. If you don't have the ability to talk, you can't get the required help that you want. So your being an introvert shouldn't be a limitation. Work on it and reach out for the desired help that you want. I don't know whether I've answered that well.
Absolutely, absolutely. You must learn to come out of your shell. All right, we introverts, you must learn to talk. You can see I'm talking.
Yes,
all right,
sir.
so but a lot of introverts are doing amazing work out there and they're getting help. A lot of them, until they tell you they're introverts, you will never know. All right, so you can actually turn that weakness to strength in a way, in quotes, or you can turn that weak side of not talking to be able to turn that to strength. All right, stay around people also who are like you, who are maximizing that part of their lives. Obviously, at some points, you will also become one of them. Okay, so the time is running. There's another question here. How do I decide if I need a mentor or a coach? So preceding to this, a lot of people in the chat room were saying, now I know the difference between coaching and mentoring. Now I know the difference between coaching and mentoring. So I see that a lot up in the chat room. All right, but this person is asking, so how do I now know if it's a mentor I need or a coach?
Okay. Let me come to layman's terms. Coaches fix issues. Coaches fix issues. You must, if you want a coach, there's an issue that is or an issue or a limitation that you know that if you don't overcome this, you can't move to your next level. You need a coach. Or you have an idea of the solution to that problem, but you don't know, you have options, but you don't know which one to pick. Then you need a coach. So for example, somebody wants to japa, at the same time wants to go for a master's program, at the same time wants to get married, and at the same time wants to fix his or her finances. But these are things that are very germane to that person's life, but the person wants to know which one should I do first. So you need a coach. Now, you need a mentor when you are doing well, but you believe that you can do better. Can you see the difference? You are doing well, but you believe you can do better. And so you need the required help to that next level. Remember I said, decision on which options to take, that's coaching. And it's most times very short term. A coaching session of 40 minutes with me will fix it. Put decision you should make out of those, that's to japa, get married, change your career, or fix your finances. A 40-minute session will gain clarity. But mentoring is on a journey. You are doing well, but you just believe you can do better. And so you want to leverage on that other person's experience and guidance and advice. Remember, for coaching, we don't advise. You have your solution in your hand, but you don't know which one to take. That's the difference. So you ask yourself, do I want to go on a journey, or do I have a problem I'm trying to fix? Coaching and mentoring. I don't know whether I've helped there.
Yeah, so in a nutshell, coaching is short-term, mentoring is long-term. So you need both at the same time. It just depends on what you want to confront, all right? If you want to confront it,
for me,
yeah.
If I have an issue, I just quickly get to my coach.
Mm.
He sits with me 30, 40 minutes, I gain clarity and I move on. I might not go back to him until another 6 months or 1 year.
Mm.
Or mentoring is a relationship.
Yeah.
It's a relationship.
Can have some for life too, right? Mentors for life. And of course, you can have mentors in different areas, like you've mentioned. different areas of your life. It doesn't have to be one. There's several mentors you be following. Like I remember Dr. Ayo talked about the fact that Brian Tracy had been a mentor from afar, right? And it's up to now still a mentor to him. So it's an ongoing journey. It's long-term coaching, short-term. I believe that answers that person. There's another question. Yeah, how can I don't know, this is going to be probably going to be the last question. How can I grow if I'm the only HR personnel in the HR departments? This is specifics, Nama.
I want to be very objective here. If you're the only HR personnel in that place, I would still say you still need to be mentored or you still need to be groomed. Don't be a local champion. I would rather join a team where I can learn more than to be a head where I cannot add optimum value. So ask yourself, is it a title you like or you want to learn? If you're the only one in HR, then you have to reach out to either a mentor, you need to reach out to a mentor, one, to be in the right community where you can learn from other people. Expose yourself to self-development. You need to learn and learn and learn. But at the end of the day, if you're so young, you will still need guardians. You need somebody who has experienced that journey before. So looking at this, get a mentor, get into the right connection of people, invest in self-development, and build a strong network. Then you'll be fine. Fine. Well, I would rather, if you're still young, that you look for a well-composed team where you can plug in and then learn. And after a while, you can go out and then go back to head that team.
All right. I'm supposed to call this now a day, but there's one question I think is necessary. Maybe just use maybe a minute or less to answer this. What leads to mentors becoming tormentors?
So first and foremost,
that'll be our last question.
If you're someone who does not like to celebrate people, you're a tormentor. If you're someone who doesn't like to invest in people, you're a tormentor. If you're someone who is not selfless, mentoring and coaching takes selflessness. Imagine me getting home at 7 p.m. and I'm in coaching sessions till like 10 p.m. That comes from a certain level of selflessness. If you're not ready to celebrate people, help people to grow, you have no business in becoming a mentor or a coach. And if you have one who has become a mentor, that person is not a mentor. Dissociate yourself, disconnect yourself of that person. You can't be a mentor and be a tormentor. There's opposite between the two. There's no connection between those two words. There's no connection because you can't be frustrating somebody's progress. You're not a mentor there. You're supposed to celebrate and help people to be better and help them to be better. And I'll drop my last word here by saying that, have you ever seen coaches or football teams? They never pay to enter the stadium. Did you get what I say? Coaches don't pay to enter the stadium. So one of the benefits for us as mentees and coaches is when our coaches and our mentees succeed, they were already part of their story. And that's the benefit. A coach, even if retired, Nigeria is playing a game today. When the coach appears at the gate, they'll say, oh, this coach so they will give that person access. You don't have to start struggling for anything. So I would say that a coach doesn't have to pay to enter the stadium because you've coached people, you've mentored people. They will mention your name where it matters. I don't know whether you understand it. I'll just appear.
Thank you so much.
Legacy, living experience, and you're touching lives. Let me appreciate everyone who has joined.
Thank you. Thank you.
I have a question.
Thank you.
I have a question. I'm also a participant. Don't cheat me. Thank you so much, TDA. Interestingly, you have mentors and then you don't really take so much from them because you understand their schedules. And then you just make, maybe the most important things you just try to get from them. But I want to ask, as a mentor, you are doing so much for the mentees, but you realize that there's no progress on the side of the mentee. it's normal. Naturally, you let me not say frustrated. You might not totally be a bit comfortable again. But what do? Do you just come to a round table and agree that, look, I think I've done my best as your mentor. You can probably let everybody go, or you will feel there's so much you still need to do, because eventually the person turns out so fantastic, he will probably refer to you. But if you see the person eventually not really be able to make sense out of his life or whatever area you are mentoring the person, then you might also feel somehow. So what actually is the best to do? That's one. Two, I did mention earlier that some people really want to get some people. I mean, they have high on those they want to be their mentors. But I mean, to start with, how many people will be able to even walk to your office and say, TDA, come and mentor me? Or boldness to say, walk to somebody else, even though they want that person to mentor them, but that fear of, how do you even talk to this person? How do I present myself? How do you break? How do you overcome that brick wall to be able to, if, I mean, it's not location challenge, it's not distance challenge. You probably even see this person regularly or some levels or some point, or probably at your religious center, in your office, or at the even event when the person is out to do one bit and you saw this person, hey, and I've been trying to meet this person. How do you approach that? Because those are some of the things I also feel people have challenges with. Thank you.
Thank you. So the first one, and I'm sharing my experience. I don't let go of my mentees. I don't let go of them. When they're not making progress, I think one of the things I do is, first of all, let them know I'm not seeing the appreciable progress, and I start to pray for them. I leave them because most people need to get to a level of self-discovery, self-awareness, before they can start making the changes that they want. Lucky enough for me, I'm a mentor and I'm also a certified coach. At that point in time, it is obvious that mentoring is not working. Switch to coaching. You need to coach that person out of that level of being stuck to the next level. So most times I switch my car. But based on the ethics of the profession, they're clearly two different things. So we'll say, we're ending this mentoring, it's not working. I'm available to prefer you some sessions in coaching for you to get clarity. I do not let them go because of the passion that I have for people to progress. Two is that, what's the best way to connect with a mentor? There are several ways. Look out for that person's area of circle of influence. Who knows this person that can connect with that person? One. Two, the social media platforms. So I have mentees that I've never met before that reach out to me on social media. Immediately reach out to me on social media. They're on LinkedIn, on Instagram. I also begin to follow you and check you out, because not everyone that you accept as a mentee. So I check you out, and then we have to strike a relationship. So, and hello, a good morning, just checking out of you. You, the mentee, needs to make that move. If not, it will always just be a desire. So I would say, look for a way to make that connection. Go through someone that knows that person. Break into that person's circle of influence. I have people who have told me, I've been stalking you for 6 months. Any speaking engagement they attend, just because they want to make that connection. So it's open to the mentee to first of all make that move. It's open, but note, people that reach out to me, I personally watch out for them. Faith is saying, what if the mentee is not able to articulate her goals? You will not be a mentee. We'll switch to a coaching session. We'll do coaching. Everybody can. So we'll do a coaching session in 30, 40 minutes, be able to articulate your goals. There are tools that we deploy in coaching that one could use, and you'll be able to clearly articulate your goals. So for me, like I said, there are two different things. When I tell my mentees, we don't mix the two based on the ethics of the coaching profession. So I will tell you, I'm having a coaching session with you this evening, and it will be strictly coaching. We end that, we can now go back to mentoring. Thank you. I hope I've helped.
All right.
We have questions on YouTube. So Ife will take that.
Okay, Alanda, there are questions on YouTube. All right, so let's quickly take those questions on YouTube. Before then, that question coming. That question, the person has asked the question
I will say it openly here. All coaching sessions are paid for. Because like I said, coaching is a profession like a medical doctor. You are going for consulting. So for those of us on the call, I can see a lot of you here who have enjoyed free coaching from me. You are favored. Coaches are professionals and coaching sessions are paid for. Typically, a 40-minute coaching session should cost about 70 or 100,000. 40 minutes with a good coach. So you're paid for. For mentoring, to show your seriousness and your commitment from the mentor and from the mentee, you must pay. I have a paid mentoring platform. It's not free because I'm exposing myself and spending my time for you. We have set goals and those goals must be achieved. So I will leave it at that. Coaching and mentoring sessions, if you want to get value, they are paid for. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, good afternoon, ma'am. Thank you so much. We have questions on YouTube, so I'll quickly just read one. The person is asking, can one find mentorship and coaching in one person?
It comes with a very high level of professionalism on the part of the mentor and the coach. So there's some coaches who are also mentors, but they must be able to have said it here, decipher exactly what that person needs and follow the ethics of that profession, particularly for coaching. You can get, I'm a mentor, I mentor people, and I'm also a certified coach. So yes, you can. You can. I will also say that if you're saying coaching, the word has been bastardized. Look for somebody who is properly certified before you can say that person is a coach. Thank you.
Okay, is that all, Efe?
Efe, the second question.
All right, thank you so much, TDA, for your time. I can see that all your mentees are here.
We are here, we are here.
Because we are here.
We are here.
Because the whole room is bubbling, everywhere is bubbling. And in your section, we had a cap of 100 participants joining in, and that's awesome. The chat room is bubbling everywhere there. Thank you so much.
Maybe you don't know. TDA is a multiple award winner. 100 HR, first 10 HR globally. And then he has a mentoring platform that I'm also part of the team. And I think it's the 4th year anniversary for us there. And we're going to party. I can't wait to dance TDA. If you want to join that place, come and meet me. It is $1,000 that you will pay me for me to talk to TDA.
Yeah, access fee. Access fee.
Don't worry, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. But of course, yes. If you follow TDA very well on LinkedIn, you probably get information about how you can connect with her. We have fantastic people that are willing to support and help, and she's been very helpful. And I can tell you, through our platform, a lot of people are also getting jobs. That I can assure you. So she's doing so much. And again, she's a 5-star speaker for us. And we won't tell her that she's not coming next year, even next 10 years. So don't worry, we'll zip everything out. But we continue to pray for you. Continue to pray for you. Continue to pray for you. Thank you so much. We appreciate you.
Thank you. Do enjoy the rest of the sessions.
Yeah.
All right, let's jam the emojis in the chat room for TDA as she goes. Thank you so much. All right. So before we take on the next section, let's have 5 minutes stretching out from our quintessential Queen Iwo as she takes us on another 5 minutes of stretching out our muscles so that we can take on the last section with all our minds ready and open.
Yeah.
Right.
So tell the people. Sorry, please. Before we go, let me just quickly say this. It was going to take us for about 10-15 minutes. She's also a superstar now, and she's a wellness coach, and she can't give so much of all you can get, but I can tell you she'll give us some, and she has promised to give us a lot of discount even when you engage her. After her, our last speaker for the day, the other person from Kenya, because of time challenges, I think Kenya is ahead of us. I'm not even sure they're timing out. So a bit of a difficulty, but we are working things out. But what I want to say about the last person is actually my own coach too. I'm in Canada for a program, and I attended a program where she came to speak, and from there I said, I need to give it to you. And she has given me some coaching session, and I can tell you, she's loaded. And even our own experience alone was, so marvelous. So I want to ask us that please don't miss that session. It's going to be the ice, how do you call it? The
Icing on the cake.
icing on the cake. So don't miss it. And that we're going to be wrapping up for the day with that. So after Coach Queen Hiwo, then we'll have her, and then we'll shut down for the rest of the day. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. So glad to be back. And I just wanted to say a very big thank you to TDA. That session was like, my head was literally bubbling a whole lot. And I hope I'll have the opportunity to coach you if you so desire in your wellness and lifestyle growth. It'll be my utmost pleasure. All right, so I want us to do a gratitude session. You seldom have opportunities to have sessions like this that is packed with so much value that for the next 1 year you can go on. So I want us to do a gratitude practice, and I'll teach us how to go about it. So we're gonna take an inhale. So the gratitude practice involves deep breathing and an affirmation. So you're taking a deep breath and bring your hands together in heart center and taking about 2 deep breaths in and out, and then say something that you are grateful for. Okay. So for example, you can say, "Thank you, God, for this session with TDA. It was mind-blowing." So we're going to do gratitude for 3 things about today's session. Oh, just thank you for the opportunity to be here. Thank you for the host. Thank you. Whatever, we're going to do that 3 times, and after that we'll go on to other things while we're seated. So if you're ready, I'd like to say, I'm ready. All right. So ready. Just taking a deep breath in. Take your hands all the way, inhaling, and bring it down to your heart center. You can close your eyes if you want to soak in a bit deeper. And I want you to just say your first gratitude statement. So I would say, I'm thankful to God for the opportunity to be here and doing this right now. Take a deep breath with your hands, still in your heart center and prayer form, in and out. And out. All right, one more time, taking a deep breath, your hands all the way. Make sure you're stretching all the way, bring it to your heart center, right? And now your gratitude statement for something else. So I'm thankful for being able to just learn from the wealth of knowledge from TDA. Deep breath in and out. All right, we're going one more time. Lift your hands all the way, lifting up and bringing it to your heart center. And another gratitude statement. I'm thankful for our host and convener, Dr. Adeyemi, for his resilience to do this the 5th time to impact lives. Taking a deep breath in and out. Okay, so we're going 2 more rounds. Whatever country you are in, you have to be thankful for it, okay? I know that those of us in Nigeria, a lot is happening, but there's so much to be thankful for. So taking a deep breath, we're going to do gratitude for Nigeria and gratitude for your career. And lastly, your family, or most importantly, relationships. Ready? Taking a deep breath in. And bring it to your heart center and just say a gratitude statement for your country. I am grateful to be a Nigerian at this time in history. I am so delighted to be green, white, green. Taking a deep breath in and out. All right, 2 more to go. Lift it all the way. And a gratitude for your career, all right? Even if you want a career change, at least where you are right now. And say your gratitude statement. I am grateful for the opportunity to be a wellness and lifestyle coach, empowering people to flourish flourish in wellness and wholeness. I'm so grateful. Deep breath in, out. And last one for your relationships. Take a deep breath. One of the reasons why our host is doing all of this for great relationships, for your family, colleagues, friends. So gratitude statement. I'm grateful for everyone in my life, my spouse, my children, my mentors, mentees, acquaintances, every single one who has come and even gone. I am absolutely grateful. Now, I want you to just, notice how you're feeling. Gratitude is something that increases us. Gratitude is something that makes us become better. So in that vein, I want us to just do a little heart opener such that we're still ready to receive, much more that is coming. So I want you to interlace your hands behind you like so. Well, you can't see that much, but interlace your hands behind you. And now extend your hands to the back and just lift the chest up a little bit and squeeze. And then take about 2 deep breaths here. Deep breaths in and out. In and out. Ooh. All right, so we're going to do the same thing this time around. We're facing forward. So you interlace and you're like hunching forward, punch forward, and just hold it right there. 3, 2, and 1. Beautiful. Now, please let me know when my time is up because I'm not mindful of the time. So just let me know if I have 2 minutes, 5 minutes, let me know. So take one leg, your right leg, take it over to the other side, all right? And then just come down a little bit. You're trying to do a stretch for your lower back because you've been sitting for a while now. So just stretch down, inhaling and exhaling. Come back up and the same leg, press it down as far as you can go. Press down. Yeah, that could challenge you a little bit. Just make sure you're pressing down. For 3, 2, 1. I'm already feeling heated. I will do the same thing on the other side. Take your leg across. Remember, stay in your gratitude zone. All right, stretch down all the way. This side actually feels tighter. Stretch down all the way. And that actually should tell you, what parts of your body you need to pay attention to. All right, inhaling and exhaling. And then come back up and press. So for those of you who do not know, your hip joints are a place where stress can actually get locked in. Your hips, your shoulders, your neck. So you should pay attention to stretching those places regularly so that blood can flow and you can enjoy productivity all day long. All right? Fantastic. Now you're going to take your leg, your right leg, you're going to stretch it out forward. And I want you to flex like so. Forward, back, all right? Pointing out and bring it back. Point out, bring it back in. Point out, bring it back in. One more time. I want you to now, ankle rolls, like it's called. For 3, 2, 1. Beautiful. Then the other side, flex. So now you don't have any excuse to say, I don't know what to do when I'm sitting down. There are no exercises to do. There are always things to do. And like it was said in the morning, when you're not privy to information, you wouldn't know. So that's why I'm here to help you. Inhale and exhale. Now flick it round, turn it round. Beautiful. Then bring it back. Take a deep breath in and out. Breath in and out. So I want you to extend your hands out and I want you to reach out to one side, like stretching all the way. So it helps for your lower back as well. And then take it to the other side, just stretching and reaching out as well. One more time, reach all the way. Ooh. And the other side, reach all the way. Fantastic. Now take a deep breath in. Now bring it to your heart center. And the song says that I am unstoppable. After listening to TDA and all the other speakers, you know that if anything stops you, it's you. So I want you to just stay here for a bit, taking about 5 deep breaths. And as you take a deep breath in and out, just say slightly under your breath, I am unstoppable. Take a deep breath in again. And take it out. I am unstoppable. Time in. Out. I am unstoppable. 2 more to go. Take a deep breath in and out. I am unstoppable. One last one in. With a big smile out and say it like you know that you are unstoppable. I am unstoppable. All right, take a deep inhale and let it out. Ooh, give yourself a round of applause. Hug yourself tight, really tight, and just shrug to the side like so. Hug yourself real tight, okay? And show yourself some good love. And thank yourself for being here. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. All righty, I hope you enjoyed the session. Let me know how this went with you. And I'll drop some things in the chat if you'd like to connect with me. And I'll just drop some messages in the chat. Thank you so much. Over to you, our host, or Terry. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm sure Terry is also somewhere in the room. Thank you so much, Queen Hiwo. And let me thank all our moderators. Let me appreciate you for your commitment and time to this project. You are all doing wonderfully well. I'm sure by tomorrow they will see a lot more of you and when you take on the sessions. And all our speakers, a lot of them are also glued to this session and they'll be part of the general session. I want to thank you so much, Engineer Kola Lamidi, Mr. Alex Goma. You know, I can see quite a number of them. Thank you so much. We really appreciate and celebrate you. You know, the interesting thing and what that came to my mind is that this is the 5th edition. In actual fact, the 6th edition will be hybrid. We're going to have a physical venue in 2 locations, in 2 countries, or 3 in actual fact. So be ready, and we're going to have some more fantastic session, even as it is. But for this year, we had more, you know, facilitators, and we are looking at putting together all of the materials from the first editions from our various facilitators and be able to, you know, make it available for everyone, because there are informations that we must continue to engage and interact with. They are timeless information. They are not just for 2023 or 2021. I think they are timeless information, and we celebrate all our facilitators. You know, tomorrow we're going to have the general session, and then we're going to go into the syndicate session. And what is it about that is so unique about the syndicate session? We know that all of us are of different extraction, different career paths. And why we are doing this is because we want you to be able to speak to people in that part, in that field, that have excelled or are excelling in that particular sector. I mean, you'll be able to get, you know, what we call it, the raw knowledge, the raw information, you know, that you need to be able to move to, you know, the next level in your career, or if you are switching, or what other opportunities that exist, okay, in those fields. And that is essence of the whole summit, right? For instance, somebody asked earlier, where exactly, I mean, the career path or the career, I mean, things seems to be going one direction, but really it's not about one direction. Almost any kind of career you might think of now has embraced technology. So it says a lot to us about the future. And so you can't remain, you know, archaic in your way of doing this or how you approach, and I'll be complaining that I'm not digital exposed, a lot of that. Every profession, every career path is embracing that. And that is why you must be able to, you know, advance yourself, you know, get yourself also ready and stabilized to harness all opportunity that wherever, everywhere in the world. And that's why we are bringing people, you know, from different fields to speak to us. And I can assure you, that session is going to be awesome. And don't miss out. And we're going to, tomorrow we will share the link to each of the room. We're going to share the link to each of the room for the breakout session after the general session in the morning. And then our general session in the morning, we're going to have Dr. Victor from United Kingdom. And then we're going to have other speakers as well. Mr. Tomisin too. I think, Mr. Tomisin now is in UK too. So we're going to have them to speak to us the first session, and then the breakout session. We're going to have the experts from those fields to speak to us. Don't miss out, because for me too, I made up my mind. I'm not going to just be a convener. I want to be a part of the, you know, the goodies, and I want to be able to scale up my own career potentials as well. So we're going to go into the last session, and then we will then wrap it up for the day. So I'm just going to make us listen just for like 2 minutes to our theme song again, because again, like I said to you, It's not just a song, it's a message, and we need to listen to it over and over and again. Thank you.
I've been down the road where failure seemed familiar. No one thought that I would ever come this far. When everything was telling me that it was over, still there was a fire burning in my heart. There were days I felt like I was at my lowest. I pushed so hard I couldn't see beyond the pain. I never knew I made it high enough to notice I'm getting closer, stronger than I've ever been. I believe that I'm unstoppable. I believe I've only just begun. I will conquer, I will fly, reach my peak, I will. And there's nothing that can ever bring me down. I am living proof that nothing is impossible. I beat the odds when hope was nowhere to be found. There was a strength that carried me through every obstacle. It lets me know that it's too late to give up now. And I am not afraid to climb another mountain, to risk it all, to face my deepest, darkest fear, to live a dream much bigger than I can imagine. 'Cause I want the world to know that I am here. I believe that I'm unstoppable. I believe I've only just begun. I will conquer, I will fly, reach my peak, I will. And there's nothing that can ever bring me down. I believe that dreams are untamable. And I believe that wings were made to fly. I'll touch the sky, reach for the stars, do the impossible. And there's nothing that can ever bring me down. I'm one dream away from everything I hope to be. I am one step closer to the finish line. I know that every stride would lead me to my destiny. And I'm one reach away from taking what is mine. I believe that I'm unstoppable. I believe I've only just begun. I will conquer, I will fly, reach my peak, I will. And there's nothing that can ever bring
Awesome, 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 awesome. I hope you follow the lyrics and you also sing along. In actual fact, I want us to dance to it. It's a very highly inspirational song, and for me, it ginger me up every time I listen to it. I give kudos to Boom Cobams for this particular track. It's awesome and it's highly, 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 encouraging. We are waiting for our last speaker, but before we do that again, let me also say that annually the Career Summit is always coincide with my birthday. Naturally, it's always a kind of a birthday thing for me. So tomorrow is my birthday, and I want to have every one of you online so that we can do the celebration together. We will cut cake in different homes, wherever you have. We'll get the cake to cut there, and then we share among ourselves. So tomorrow, May 19th, please join me as we do this again, and then get the best of those our faculty. All right, so Terry, I'll leave it to you now to get ahead.
All right, thank you for muting me. Okay, so while we wait for our next speaker to be available, right? I think she's trying to come in now. First of all, I believe so far we've had an amazing section so far, right? Different speakers, Dr. Ruben from our President General, right, of CIPN shared some powerful nuggets there. All right, up to Dr. Brian all the way from UK that shared powerfully on the keynote. The keynote address was powerful. I took a lot of notes from that. And then of course, TDA, all right, TDA gave us a 3-course meal so far in that section. So I believe even without anything, a lot of us have gotten so much so far from the conversation today. All right, so before our next speaker comes, can we have us? I believe we've gotten one or two things. I want to be able to jump to the comment section now and then be able to read if there's one or two things that you've learned today from today's section. I know there are one or two or three things you've gotten today from today's section. Feel free, all right, put them on the chat room. I want to read them out so that others can benefit. I know today is a work day for some of us, so some of us will be jumping in and out. So probably we didn't get one or two things in the course of the section, so that can help us to pull up every nugget or everything that we have been able to get today from all the sections. So jumping on the comments now, all right, drop one or two nuggets, one or two things that is like a takeaway so far for you that you're going to be implementing, all right, after today from this section. How are you going to position yourself? What are the things that you're going to do based on what our speakers have shared today? What are the things you're going to do, your next steps, all right? So share some of the valuables that you got from this section so far. Put it on the chat room so we can read them out so others can also get to benefit. So I'm going on the chat room now, all right, to see what we have there, okay? All right, someone says, all right, so somebody says, one of the things I learned is don't give up on your mentor. Awesome. Don't give up on your mentor. Don't give up on your mentor. All right, let's keep that coming. I know a lot of people are doing happy birthdays. That is easy, all right? All right, that's easy. All right, so let's keep the birthdays first. Let's have us share what are the things that you've learned so far. All right, what are the things you've gotten? What are the things that resonate with you so far? Drop one or two on the comments. All right, so we can read that out. Others can benefit. All right, so I'm jumping on the comments right now to read your comments out. All right. I see them coming in now. All right. Yeah. Awesome. Awesome. A lot is coming in. TDA is a book to study. Awesome. Tibolova said, Temi Tokpa from Temi Tokpa, TDA is a book to study. All right. That's awesome. Someone says, I've been challenged to have a better strategy rather than posting on LinkedIn. Rather than posting on LinkedIn like every other person. Yeah, I either add value or get out of the way. That's it. I got that too, Lisa. I got that. You say either I add value or get out of the way. Value is defined by the receiver, not the giver. Awesome, I got that. In short, taking that away too. Esther says, I learned that the values we receive and the ones we carry sharpens and actions. Awesome, awesome. Leah, I think Leah is joining us from Kenya. Thank you. Innovation plus marketing equals to success. All right. That's all you need. Dr. Brian said that's all you need. Innovation and marketing. Without that, just kiss it goodbye. You can't really get global. All right. Priscilla says mentoring is a relationship. Awesome. Awesome. I got that. That's awesome. Great. Glory George says, I learned the definition of mentorship and coaching, and I know which one I need at the point in my career. That's awesome. Let's keep that coming. Keep them coming. This is very, very instructive. All right. I used to say this in some of my sections. I used to say that a lot of people, when they come into webinars like this or trainings like this, or to come into career sections like this, they come, they sit down. A lot of them don't pay attention. When you ask them at the end of the day, what did you learn? Say, I learned a lot. So what exactly did you learn? I learned a lot. Sure, that teacher was awesome. That speaker was awesome. But they never learned nothing. There is nothing they take away from such sections. That's the truth. So most of the time I do this in most of my sections. I let people, please share what you've got, because the truth is that whatever that you write and put down right now, most likely you're going to be implementing in your life. And that's more important, all right, than just being here, all right? It's good to learn something and take it away, okay, right? So Shefu Oniya says, I learned that winning is a necessity. I learned that winning is a necessity. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Yes, let's keep that coming. Keep that coming in. Usman Okunola says, I learned that positioning is finding a uniqueness that can make one stand out. Positioning is finding a uniqueness that can make one stand out. Awesome, awesome. All right, EO, our instructor. All right. All right. To position yourself globally, you must be concerned about global issues. In short, that's one of my takeaways too. All right. Dr. Brian just made it so clear. If you really want to solve problems on a global scale, you must pay attention to the problems happening around, all right? Politically, economically, physically now, religiously, you have to look out for things that are happening in your world. How can you become a solution where you don't know the problems? In short, for me, that's a very strong takeaway for me, right? So I thought Iwo was going to tell us about something around dance or break dance or gym, but she also got something, right? If you want to position yourself globally, you must be concerned about global issues. All right, Philo says strong work ethics. Yeah, fulfilling obligations, doing quality work, maintaining a positive attitude of professionalism and integrity, taking initiative, being a team player. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Right, Philo learned a lot. Philo learned a lot. All right, great. Shefu says time and strategy are very key for global positioning. Time and strategy are very key for global positioning. That's great. That's great. All right. All right. So we have Esther again says that she learned to develop requisite requirements. Learned that to develop requisite requirements, these two must be available, time and strategy. You cannot afford to miss any of them. Awesome. That's great. Awesome. That's great. Let's keep them coming. Just keep it coming. All right. Our speaker, I think, let me see if our speaker is up right now. All right. Let's see that speaker is up. I salute everyone who's been engaging in today's summit. Very engaging. I think I could see a couple of names there. Chika, let me celebrate Chika. Chika asks questions in all the sections. I celebrate you, Chika. I think Chika, I don't know your surname right now, but I celebrate you, all right, for being very engaging. Maybe Dr. Ayo, we need to note the most engaging participants, all right? we need to note the most engaging participants are probably
No. I think I have said earlier that you should find out. Let's find out who has attended from the first edition, or maybe
Okay,
3
so-
out of 4.
no,
Maybe
yeah.
from
So,
the second edition,
so
3
yeah,
to
so
4 at least.
the first person is those who have gotten who attended all sections. So there must be proof for that. Probably get a gift. All right. I don't know, maybe one of your books too, right? I don't know if you want to give out books.
Yeah, sure. You can get my video.
All right. So the first person for gifts that are going out, the participant that have been in all Career Summit, from Career Summit 1.0 to 5.0. You must have proof. Oh. You must have proof.
I mean, post the topic or maybe the theme of the summit. Post the theme in the chat room, and probably mention at least one speaker from each of the summit, and then
the summit
not
sections,
only not only that you will get gifts. There's a special some package for that. It will be my birthday gift for you. I have a birthday gift for you. Our next speaker is actually online, but let's do this.
Awesome. Let's wrap this up.
No,
okay, let me
go ahead. Let's have anyone that can share with us, and then in 2 minutes we can go to introduce it.
Okay, so we need what do you call it now? We need winners for those gifts, please. We don't want to take our gifts away. All right, if you've been a part of all Career Summit, please put it on the comments and then also share us proof. Just say yes. After your yes, maybe your name, we'll probably check it out. And then also let us know about the speakers. Please, no research. Don't use ChatGPT. All right, so give us that proof that you've been there. Put your name down. That's number one. Then number two, the most engaging participant. So we can go to the comment section now. The most engaging participant of Career Summit 5.0. You probably get a gift too. All right, most engaging. Should I say the person that have asked the most questions? No. Let me not do that. All right, maybe the person that asked the most questions too, but most engaging participants. Chika Godfrey, you've been awesome. Okay, so I celebrate you. That's your name, Chika Godfrey. Okay, Chika Godfrey, yeah. So let me continue to do that, to take the answer. Okay, do you have any other person there? Okay, no other comments. All right, so Esther says, powerful tools to achieve career goals. We must develop resilience and confidence. All right, Aye says, from the keynote speaker, think beyond your personal problems to be relevant globally. Yes, that was my takeaway. Limitations and inadequacies are in our mind. Yeah. All right, break free from your limitations. Know what is happening around you and beyond. Reading and research, conferences help. Yeah, exactly. Time and strategy, have vision, have values, build capacity. If you miss anything, please don't miss out that keynote speech. All right, I think Dr. Brian was very straight to the point, but each of what he said were very deep and from experiences. If I were you, all right, I'll probably jump up to the YouTube channel later and go listen to that over and over again. And also, I think that came up in my mind right now, although we've shared it in the WhatsApp group. If you want to have the certificates, either in soft copy or in hard copy, just ensure that you do the needful. And I just check out the WhatsApp groups and then do the needful so that you can get access to that. Just knowing about the summit this year. Oh, Esther, you missed out of your gift. All right, I got gift. Work ethics sets you apart aside in your place of work. All right, what's that again? Let me wrap this up right now. Okay, that's all. So I think before the end of the section, we'll probably be able to read out the most engaging participant of this section, and then that person is going to get a gift. And then I said, if you have been a part of all the sections from 1 to 5, put your name and say, I have been a part of the section. All right, this is not it's not NSPPD, but just put it there on the live stream and says, I have been a part, and then probably just share us proofs that you have been a part, maybe a speaker on all that. Glory Joy says, can we reach out to any of the facilitators for mentoring or coaching section? Exactly. That's why we have the WhatsApp group. I think they are in the WhatsApp group. Some of them are in the WhatsApp group. We can reach out to them also. Okay. All right. Without wasting too much time, all right, we're going to go into our last section for the day. All right. Don't forget that this Career Summit continues tomorrow, and tomorrow is going to be Power Blast. We're going to have speakers, keynote speaking to our plenary speakers, speaking on different other areas, different topics that are very essential. And more importantly, we're going to be having the syndicate sections from the syndicate sections, we're going to have people in our different fields come to speak to us. And of course, there is no time limit to that, depending on you and the speaker. All right. Well, you're going to have an amazing time. So please, let's be here on time tomorrow, same time tomorrow, and ensure that we are ready to learn. Come with your notes, your questions to ask your speakers about the things that concerns you, are pertinent to you. Okay. The YouTube, someone said, kindly share the YouTube link again. It's in the WhatsApp group. If you have not joined the WhatsApp group, I don't know if you should share the WhatsApp group here, but if you have not joined the WhatsApp group, check out on your emails. If you registered, you will see links to the WhatsApp group. Pick any of them and jump in there. We've shared the link there before. And also, I think if you help out to share the link on the chat room, you can also help us again and reshare the link, WhatsApp, the group YouTube link, so that at least we can share that to other people. So we can go back again and read and listen to these speakers over and over again. Thank you so much, everyone. All right, so Dr. Ayo, should I go and proceed and invite our next speaker?
Yeah, please go ahead. I'm sure she's set for us. So you can take the profile.
All right,
while
great.
we get set, I'll just try to,
All right, great. So. All right, great. All right, great. All right, so our next speaker, all right, let me read the profile right away. Very long profile, but I'm going to see I can paraphrase and then I'll bring her on right away.
Good afternoon or good morning. I'm not too sure what time it is in the world.
Just hold on.
All right,
just hold on, Donna.
All right. So Donna Pascal Fagon Pascal is a strategic and results-oriented HR executive with an extensive background leading and executing innovative HR programs and change initiatives in large multinational corporations, Staples, Cisco Foods, FedEx. Based on his success, he has gained a reputation as a change agent and transformation driver for delivering value and providing strategic direction in interpreting, communicating, and executing HR policies to drive positive change throughout the organization. Consistently viewed as a trusted business partner and advisor to business heads and senior management, he has been recognized as a go-to resource expert by employees at all levels of the organization. All right, Donna has several career highlights. He's been a Global Team Care Award. He has won a lot of awards, also in change management, relations, and also in leadership development. All right, without wasting too much time, all right, just be ready to receive our speaker for the last section of the Career Summit first day, Donna Pascal Fagon Pascal. I don't know which one is that. Thank you so much.
Yeah. She's my coach. Thank you so much, Donna. Thank you for your time. I know you can be very busy. I know this is a very busy period for you, but sincerely speaking, I appreciate your time for sharing with us and for today. So you have the floor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. And are you putting up my slides or do I do that?
Okay, we'll give you the access to do that from your hand.
Okay, all right.
So Shugo, please help us do that.
Do you want me to share my screen?
Yes, you are enabled to share your screen now.
Okay, so just give me 1 second. I'll do that. Not as familiar with Zoom, so there's so many different platforms out there. So let me see. I cannot find my presentation. Let me see, show.
Okay, let me quickly take you through, ma'am. Okay, immediately after the participants button, the next button is share the screen. Just click on the green button. Yep.
Okay.
You're welcome.
Whatever reason, I can't. Google will not give me access to my file, actually. Let me see.
Okay, if it's your file, let me see if I can.
Could you share for me? Is that possible? For whatever reason, I'm being blocked from my file.
Okay, so let me try and see if I can share for mine.
All right. don't know why it won't let me.
Okay, I'm doing that right away.
Okay, great, thank you. And would you be able to put it in presentation mode or?
Yeah, do that.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much.
Do you have that now?
It's still in slide mode, but
okay.
Yeah, there you go. Okay, great. Thank you. And you can see, good thing I'm not going to be speaking about how to present on Zoom today. Because that's a great start off in a great way.
Don't worry.
Anyway, it's a pleasure to be here today, and thank you for inviting me to speak. So, so Donna Fagan Pascal, and currently I am the Vice President of HR and Talent Management and Communications for an organization called Dynacare. And Dynacare is affiliated with or is part of a global organization called LabCorp. And just to give you a little sense of my background, my responsibilities are relate to managing, acquiring talent acquisition, talent management, communications, public relations, employee relations, and I do that for the country of Canada, and in my role for Dynacare. And I also do that I have that responsibility for the North Central United States. And I support our parent company in those areas in the North Central. And so there's a number of states that I'm responsible for supporting with my team. So hopefully through that experience and also past experience in providing support to teams outside of Canada, I can maybe give a little bit of a perspective from my own personal story and experience that could maybe help someone as they try and position themselves as a global leader. Would you mind going to the next slide, please? So my own career journey was very challenging to start. So when I think about how I started in my career, in no way in my mind did I envision I would end up where I am today. When I was starting in my career, no one wanted to hire me. So, that was the beginning. And I had graduated from school and I ended up taking a job that in my mind, I knew that was really not an example of my true capabilities, nor was it in the area of my chosen profession. But like many of us, I had responsibilities. I had a young family to take care of and support. And so I had to work. And I was very busy trying to apply for various jobs to be considered and selected. Well, it was like probably 2 to 3 years of total frustration of not being able to get into the HR profession. I decided to make a very radical move. And I consider that as my launching point. And maybe by sharing some of these stories, it can help others or give insight into ways in which you could launch your own careers. So I made a radical move and I left a full-time stable job that had benefits, guaranteed hours. And I left and I took on a contract position that was only for 12 weeks. And it was a contract position in a not-for-profit organization that was kind of related to HR. And it was to become an employment counselor. I took that risk But I felt strongly that if I could demonstrate the transferable skills in that job to a future prospective employer in HR, I could possibly break into the field. Well, 2 years later, that contract turned into a 2-year contract. And I was eventually able to land my first true HR opportunity. And it was just by taking that risk and shifting my thinking and how I was approaching my career that things started to shift and change for me. So I'm hoping today to share some of that journey for you. On the slide there, you can see this actually is a picture collage that was given to me after I had basically served my term on the Board of Trade. And I was so honored to receive this collage of photos because it put me in so many different situations that were outside of my comfort zone. They weren't planned events, they were unplanned. They were things that I encountered by pushing myself in ways that, normally I wouldn't. And each photo is reflective of different scenarios and situations that I was put in that really stretched my mindset. It was very disruptive in the way that I normally would think or approach things, but it made me stronger and better and more comfortable as a leader. And so this collage is something very near and dear to me because I think each photo represents kind of a similar journey that I went through with my career. So let me go to the next slide, please. And you can just press, they're actually flying it. So you may have to press it a few times there. Okay, great. Now, some of you may have already heard some of these messages, but I do think if you really have impact, sometimes you need to hear things multiple times and in different ways and from different experiences. So I would say that, preparing yourself and getting ready for a global career, believing in yourself is a starting point. And even if you don't believe in yourself, fake it till you make it. And I believe that was a starting point for me. I myself, as a racialized woman, I was not the most confident person in starting my own career. And when my story started, as I told you, no one wanted to hire me. And I had to make a big move by taking on a role that was semi-related or transferable in terms of skills and duties and responsibilities, but not directly related to my profession in order to break into that. But by believing in yourself as a starting point, it really is important because as an employer, and I put my mindset as an employer today, when I meet with a candidate, the first thing I do is I assess their confidence. Do they believe that they're suitable for the job? Do they believe that they have the skills, capabilities, competencies to deliver on the objectives that the company has set forth? Just the other day, I had a situation where I met with a senior executive who was interested in a role in our company. And what I found in that interview, why the person didn't move forward, they came to the interview, they didn't seem confident. They seemed to question themselves. When they positioned their experience, it was kind of like they were apologizing. And in all, they didn't believe in themselves, so I didn't believe in them. And one of the things that was told to me early in my career is that if you discriminate against yourself, others will discriminate against you. And that message for me is a very profound message that confidence is so critical to launching your global career. Being confident in who you are and what you bring to the table. And even if it's not directly related to the role that you're going into, the way that you show up, the way that you communicate, the way that you can articulate your transferable skill sets and how you feel you can make a difference makes a difference. So it's a really, really important point. And I heard earlier that another speaker brought that forward. And that is really, I think, the starting point for anybody launching their career. If you're not confident in yourself, no employer will be confident in you. Courage is the other thing. I can think about so many decisions that I've made and positions that I've taken, whether in the workplace or conversations that I've had, where I was incredibly fearful about making that step. But having courage and doing things by being afraid has helped me launch my career. And I'll give you an example. I was put in a position with my organization a few, I would say, years ago, where they asked me to take on responsibilities that I actually had no experience in, no formal training in, and lead an initiative related to that was going to help to transform the business. So when somebody asks you to step into something that you have no experience, no education to support it, what do you rely on? You have to rely on grit. You have to rely on confidence. But oftentimes you have to just jump in and do it. And I would say courage and doing things afraid, doing things knowing that I could fail is probably the most, for me, one of the things that I've had to learn to do, because I was a very cautious person in various stages of my life and afraid at times to taking risks. But when I go back and rely on what made me break into my career, it was making decisions that were outside of my comfort zone, allowing myself to be disrupted in my thinking. Because oftentimes we have a plan and we have a pathway in how we think things should be. But we have to be open that that path may not be straight. It may be crooked. It may be upside down, but it's a path. And the courage to do it afraid. And the courage to do it afraid, I would say, was a game changer for me. So by taking on roles and responsibilities that I felt at times I had no business doing, but doing it in a way that I understood going in that this would be a learning challenge for me, that I needed to rely on the expertise of my network and those around me, but also ensuring that even though I was absolutely fearful of what I was doing, making sure that I stood in firm confidence in front of people and making sure I was standing up in a way that people said, hey, okay, maybe she doesn't have experience, but boy, does she seem confident. And that was for me really, really important. So courage to do things, to be disruptive, courage to accept challenges and taking risks. The growth mindset is really important. When I was asked to take on responsibilities that I didn't have experience in, or when I was asked to step into a responsibility that I questioned or thought, well, maybe this is not for me, or I've got more education and more experience than you're asking me to do. By approaching things with a growth mindset, that helped me accept those responsibilities in a unique way. And I can tell you, when I first took that role that started I believe was my launching ground for my HR career, that role really was not my area of expertise. And I actually felt that my education and my experience was even somewhat above that. But when I actually started the role and I opened myself up to a growth mindset and say, you know what, I don't know everything. I need to be open to learning something new. I need to be open to being wrong. I need to be open to learning every day. I need to be open to seeing what this new area that I don't have experience in is going to bring me. And by shifting my mindset from, well, is this the right job? You know, this job is not the job that I wanted. the job that I really want is over there. By shifting my mind from being present, being in the moment, and focusing on what I could possibly learn and get out of my existing role, it helped shift my mindset. And I began to get exposed to new types of learning, and new types and new people. And I started to use this and saying, you know what, in every situation, there has to be an opportunity inside that. And by adopting a growth mindset, it allowed me to absorb and learn new things and get exposure and build my network and accept the fact that this is just part of life. This is learning new things as part of life. And it doesn't have to be perfect. It doesn't have to be exactly how your career is set. It is just part of life. And so that growth mindset, has been really helpful for me. And I guess what I'm saying is, sometimes in launching a global career, we may have to step into roles that are not perfect fits, but approaching it as an opportunity to learn, as an opportunity to grow, as an opportunity to meet new people and build your knowledge, build your network around you, and to learn something new is very, very rewarding. And you never know where that leads you. And I would say by adopting a growth mindset in many examples throughout my career, it has positioned me in a way that now my organization looks to me to take on challenges that I have actually no experience in dealing with. When I was put into the role to ask to take over public relations, I had no public relations experience, but because of the way that, and one of the things that I was told, it's saying, we want you to take that because of the way you approach things. You approach things with just a zest for learning. You're open to explore. You build relationships. You learn. You approach it in a way that people around you will follow you. And I truly believe that the growth mindset has allowed me to set a course in front of me of accepting new challenges and new roles. So when you think about your global career, be open to be disrupted in your path. Be open to take on challenges that you may not perfectly fit in how you may think it should fit. Be open to learning and just be open to something that's new. And that goes on to flexibility. One of the things in being flexible is, and they always say when you think about global, is focus on an industry first. Focus on an industry first. I can tell you the best phase of my career started when I started to focus on an industry that I purposely wanted to be in. When I made the decision, and I say I made the decision to join DynaCare, a few months prior, I made the decision that, and DynaCare, for those that don't know, is a health and wellness organization. We focus on diagnostic testing and wellness for Canadians. And LabCorp, the parent company, is one of the largest diagnostic health and wellness organizations in the world. And when I made the decision that I wanted to be in the industry of health and wellness, it was something I purposely declared because I felt this industry was aligned with my personal values. I wanted to be part of an organization where compassion was central to what they do. I wanted an organization that had a service mindset, service to the patients, and they had a noble cause in the work that they did. And so for me, healthcare, health and wellness was really important. And so I chose the industry. I started there. And then, once I made that decision on the industry, I tried to understand and saying, well, okay, what companies are doing really well and what is really opening up out there. So, they always say, pick an industry, focus on a sector that's hot, pick a company. And by researching various companies, their values, how they lead, how inclusive they are, they have a appreciation for the global world in front of them. It really allows you to ensure that you're picking the right place to grow your career. So they always say, pick an industry first, then focus on the company. So in terms of the flexibility, it's also to being flexible to the thinking of sometimes we are focused on, I want this job. And sometimes that job, and it goes back to, in my earlier career, when I went into launching my career, I had to realize I couldn't focus on that job because that job was just too perfect, too absolute. I had to focus on the career journey. And the career journey is focus on the things that are transferable. What are my skills, capabilities, and things that are transferable that can allow me to step into various roles? And recognizing, and as I said earlier, doesn't have to be perfect. It can be a crooked line. It could be an upside down line. It could just be completely disruptive to you, but it is so enriching in the long run. So focus on your transferable skills and the career journey that those transferable skills can take you. And so that, I would say, is really, really important. So really being clear on what are the skills, capabilities, and knowledge that I have, and where can that fit in an organization? So being flexible in our thinking, in our mindset, and being open. Could we go to the next slide, please? One of the things that I would say that was very challenging for me is that I was, as a person trying to grow in my career, I had very strong ideas on how things should be and could be. And those strong ideas sometimes would prevent me from holding opposing ideas. Later in my career, I learned my career started to grow I started to get exposure to different roles and different opportunities when I became more open to opposing ideas. So I'll give you the example. In my role as a leader, I have responsibility for the US. And in that responsibility, the US culture is very different from the Canadian culture. And one of the things that I go back to, why was I considered for that position? Well, when interacting with my US counterparts, and they had very defined views of how Canada should operate or how things should operate in the US, I didn't say no. I didn't say, oh, that won't work here. What I did do is say, okay, let me consider what that means. So even though I had a very strong view on what would work and what wouldn't work, by holding their opposing view as part of my realm of ideas, exploring it, being open to it, exploring, well, what does this opposing idea mean? What does it look like? How would it impact me? How would it impact our people? How would it impact the team? And by playing with that opposing idea, I would oftentimes come out with a new idea and a new way of thinking and a new approach. And I would say this is the same thing that when you're approaching a global career, being open to opposing ideas because cultures are different, the norms are different, the way people operate and lead are different from different regions across the world. And we're going to be faced with different styles, different approaches, and being open to things that are different, exploring those things with honesty, with curiosity, will allow you to grow and allow you to position yourself as being a leader that's open and that's transferable from culture to culture. And so this for me has been an art form. Now that I have responsibility for the US, I'm constantly dealing with different cultural norms and dealing with different ideas that are very, very different from running a Canadian business. But by being open, to those oppositional ideas and working with them and exploring them and not being married or committed to a position, being open to doing what is the best thing for the business, what is the best thing for the organization, what is the best thing for the people. Working on that center point has helped me build my capacity to hold opposing ideas and ensure that I'm being open to differences in general. So opposing ideas to me was an art form that helped me really position myself as a global leader. I would say humility is really important. I've made a lot of mistakes in my career. And positioning yourself for a global career, you're not going to know everything. You're not going to know everything about every culture, every organization, every industry. And to tell you the truth, he who knows everything knows nothing. And that was a saying that I used to say to my kids when they were growing up, because they would often think they were, the most informed and the smartest people in the room. And this was an old Chinese proverb that says, he who knows everything knows nothing. Being humble and being, having humility and being open to being wrong is really, really important. And that is something that has worked for me. When you're entering a new market or you're trying to launch your global career, recognizing that, you know what, even though I may have been the smartest person in the room in my past organization or in my, top of my class, in my school, or I was well known in the region that I worked in, or that I led and ran a business or an organization. Sometimes that recognition may not transfer to where you're going. So humility for me is an art form in that knowing, just being open to being wrong, being curious on how things could be better, and being curious on how you can be better too. And having that self-curiosity and saying, you know what, I recognize I'm not perfect. I probably need to work on some things too, and work on myself and be a better person. And even though I have tons of education or tons of experience, by being humble in my interactions, and at the same time, and being humble doesn't mean not being confident. Being confident is as I said, critical. But by being humble in my approach, by knowing that I'm, open to new ideas, new ways, and open to self-reflection and self-exploration of ways that I can become better, and knowing that I don't know everything. And that, many times I've got to put myself as a learner and a person that is open to growth and constantly developing oneself to be a better version as I was the day before. So humility is critical as you approach, global environments, and in approaching that, knowing you won't know everything, and that's totally okay. But opening yourself up with humility definitely is really, really critical. And that feeds into networking. Networking is the most, I would say, critical piece of growing a global career. And like many of you probably on the phone, you've probably built networks over the years. These networks in the regions or industries or sectors that you are interested in pursuing are critical. So positioning yourself in a way that you can build relationships with people who are in the industries or who are in the sectors or related to those industries or sectors is key. And the art of networking is its art itself. I always say networking is about building a relationship. And I've seen where people have failed at networking and have done really well. So I'll give you an example. Many people reach out to me to network. And some people reach out to me to network. And when I read what they've said or listen to their message or whatever, I feel like I don't want to reach out to them. And the reason why I don't want to reach out to them, because the manner in which they've approached me, I feel like, oh my God, this is like, I feel like I'm doing a lot of work here, or there's all these expectations of me. You need to give me this, and I need to know this, and you have to help me here. And it's like, whoa, this is overwhelming. Versus someone says, heard of you. I would just love 5 minutes of your time. I'm looking for some advice, or I'm new to the industry, or I'm trying to break into the industry, and I'm just hoping to just meet people and learn about what they do, and just so I can build my knowledge and my exposure. Those types of approaches are very, very different. One is just seem very open, and it's almost like you feel like, oh, I'm helping somebody out who is just asking for advice. This doesn't seem like it's going to take lots of time, and because everyone is busy. But I think being purposeful and being open and being flexible in how you network, I think, is key. And also, as you build those relationships, it's also just being thankful and getting back to people and saying, if somebody spent 5 minutes of the time with you, it's that ability to go back and say, thank you for your time. I recognize you're busy, and I appreciate the advice you've given. Like, those kinds of things make a difference, because it'll stick in the mind of the person that you've met with, and hopefully open the doors in that, hey, if something comes around or someone finds out information that's going to be helpful to you, it really, really makes a difference. Networking is also important because sometimes it's even just asking questions. Who would you advise me to connect with that would be, a person that would have great information, or be able to direct me accordingly in terms of the best way to break into this career or break into this industry. Always just a fantastic way of building relationships. The other thing is go in informed. You don't want someone to be, spoon feeding you everything. If you're networking with someone, go in informed, have a sense of what industry they're from, what their background is, and some of the things that they're involved in. Those types of things are so critical in terms of your ability to prepare for that networking moment. And then last but not least is mentorship. I think sometimes through mentorship, you can, through networking, you can get exposed to some amazing mentors. And this is something where you can offer the opportunity to, you would ask someone and say, I'm looking for someone who would be interested in mentoring me. Do you have any ideas, or do you know of anybody that does mentorship, or is this something you're interested in or you would be open to doing? Asking that question can lead to powerful results. I know my career has been defined by having phenomenal mentors out there, individuals that I've been able to network with, connect with, and eventually become mentors. And those mentors have helped me grow, helped me take on new roles, new challenges, and build my capacity as a global leader. I think in all of this has been, really, mentorship. I think it just synthesizes a lot of things that I've talked about. Is being open in your approach, and being open to learning and being challenged, and knowing that, even though you are pretty smart and brilliant and amazing, there's always growth and development required, and having that capacity to accept the fact that, hey, you may have to change things, you may have to tweak, you may have to do things differently, builds your capacity to launch a global career. So that's, in essence, some of my thoughts on, preparing for a global career. I don't know if we have any questions or comments or.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Donna Pascal. Awesome. You were just dishing out those points gradually. I think for me, the one that has ideas. All right, it takes confidence, it takes courage to be able to pull through with opposing ideas and still be able to sustain it. So for me, my takeaway from this section has been opposing ideas. And I'm going to run with that. Thank you so much for dishing out. And there's something I've also seen that you have used today, the power of storytelling. Wow, I love the stories. The stories from HR. When you normally say, nobody wants to give me a chance, I was like, that connects, that connects. That connects with a lot of people. People who believe that they cannot do so well. People who believe that they need to know one person here, one person there to get through. All right. It connects with everybody. So, and you were able to pull through that and be able to launch your career. And today we can see the results. Thank you so much for sending those stories. Very inspiring. And thank you so much for sharing your thoughts to over 100 people right now. Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right. So let's jump in on the comments. All right. Do we have questions in there? All right. Okay. I have questions pushing in right now. Are there questions? Okay. Yeah. Questions. So somebody says, before that, I think we have a lot of people in the comments say thank you for the wonderful section. All right. Someone says succinctly delivered. All right. On some insights and so much more. Right. So let's take the questions quickly because of the time. All right. Someone says, for someone trying to pivot into HR, and I've been volunteering on the HR role for the past 3 years, how do I get into paid HR role? That's the question.
Yeah.
From Amarachi Stanley.
So, so I think there's a couple of things that I have with this, and my advice. So first of all, I would say one question is, what does your HR network look like? And ensuring that you have, commit to, even if it's, a couple times a month, commit to building your network of HR professionals in your network. And so from, one to lead you to the other. So what I mean by this is, reach out to someone, or if you know someone, say, hey, could you introduce me to X person? Or do you have 5 minutes to give me advice? And so forth. So one, build your HR network. 2, make sure you're part of any HR organization that's out there. So build that. 3, the easiest way to get into HR is recruiting. That to me is one of the easier entry points, is in the area of recruiting. And so building that sometimes means that you may have to go through untraditional routes, like maybe going, trying to work for an agency that does recruiting. But building your HR network, your HR skills and competencies in recruiting is oftentimes a launching point there. I would say any organization that's using your services, volunteering your services for free, I think that's great, but I would also say you should really be getting some kind of financial recognition for that type of work, your expertise, your smarts. So use that experience as a launching pad to potentially, maybe there's some great organizations. Now, I don't know where everybody is in the world, but I know in Canada, for example, there's some great organizations that, and I can send the names after, that you can get co-op type experience. And no matter your age, you're coming in and you've been educated outside of Canada. They help you find placements in companies to do HR work. So for example, in my own company, I've hired someone who came in, same thing, trained outside of Canada. He came, he took on, it was very interesting, MBA in HR, took on an administrative role in a kind of cooperative position. I mean, immediately we recognized he was very talented. And now he manages one of my departments for me. So, but he was open in taking, going to this organization that helps place people in HR type positions and roles. So any kind of cooperative or internship opportunities are important, but getting paid for it is important too. So I would say that's great that you're volunteering, but really trying to connect with organizations that will pay you for your value is, I think, is really important.
Okay, that's great. Awesome. So let's take the question. I think the questions are popping in right now. Someone says, yeah, how would you advise penetrating into a desired field in a completely different country and continent?
So first of all, if you're interested, so I don't know what the field you're referring to, but where I've seen people is, first of all, do your, so assuming that if you have a desired field that you want to get into, but you are, so let's, there's this immigration. So let's pretend there are no borders there, right? And so there's that immigration piece. I would say you first of all want to understand where are the sectors really hot, right? So the industries that are really, really struggling and are looking for talent, I think is very, very important. Because once there is a kind of a burning platform for people in a certain industry. So for example, healthcare, it's a burning platform. Right now, everything's opened up in healthcare. And so they're now taking foreign credentials and they're fast tracking their credentialing assessments and giving them opportunities in healthcare for example, in Canada. So there's certain industries, IT, healthcare, different industries where having that expertise outside are being fast tracked. So I would do your research and really understand the need for your skill set in the country of choice. Because the challenge will be if you are, let's say, I remember it was a family member had said to me, they wanted to be a sociologist, but they were living in another country and they wanted to come to Canada, and the job they wanted was a sociologist. And I broke it down to them and said, listen, there's no burning platform for sociologists in Canada. There's no industry, platform that says we need sociologists right now. I said, if you want to be a sociologist, you probably have to be a professor of sociology. And that in itself, you're now competing with other professors who already have that background in Canada. You may want to think about your career choice differently if you want to break into this country. So I would say, make sure you've done your research. What are the industry demands, demographic shifts that are causing the need for talent in those countries? So you understand if your skill set is applicable. Once you have that understanding, and it is, then you can now try and approach those industries and those sectors and see the openness of, hiring someone that is outside of the country, because there's such a demand, because we get it all the time in certain areas. There's shortages, and we have candidates that contact us and say, hey, I've been trained in my country in this background. Are you open to hiring me based upon that? And there are a number of examples of us saying, well, if you can get this governing body to certify that you have the right skill sets, we will consider. So those types of things are really, really important. Understand your industry and your sector. That is, I think, the most critical thing to breaking in.
Yeah, we still have some more questions dropping. Let me take the next question. Okay, someone has asked, are you open to mentoring? Do you want to answer that?
I'm open to mentoring. So yeah. I do mentoring for sure. I have to be very honest. My mentoring this year, I've kind of hit capacity right now, based upon what lot going on. As I had shared, I've taken over responsibility for North Central United States. So that's made my role like really, really big. And so it's kind of reduced my capacity to mentoring. That said, if somebody is interested in mentoring, I do have a vast network of great HR people that may be interested in mentoring. So if that's something that, or if it's not in HR, something I can maybe introduce you to someone that would be interested in mentoring.
All right, thank you for that. I know my own slot is there, even though I've not used it very, very often. Thank you, Donald. All right, so I think you mentioned something about cooperation, cooperative organization or co-op organization link. You mentioned you're going to drop a link, so somebody.
Yeah, so maybe I'll send it after. I'm out to get the links right now.
Yeah, you can share with me.
Yeah, I could share with you, and then maybe you could share with the audience. But there is, some great organizations that you can, affiliate with that do a great job of really connecting new Canadians or with different types of professional type opportunities, and they help with placements. They employers specifically advertise roles with them. So there's some great ones out there, and I can just share that with folks.
All right, thank you. Then how would small business owners make themselves attractive to talent and not employ just bottom of the barrel skilled staff? Do you get that? How would
say that? How does a small business owners
make attract talent and not employ just bottom of the barrel skilled staff?
Okay. I don't know about the bottom one there, but I would say that the most important things is a small business has an amazing opportunity to expose people to more breadth of experience, right? Because oftentimes a person takes on in a small business, there's 20 things that need to get done. So all of a sudden you join a small business and now you're doing, I'm making this up, you're leading people, you're doing accounting, you're doing supply chain, you're doing business development. So you're getting such a so to me, it's how they position themselves to the candidates in terms of if you want exposure to a variety of different skill sets or an opportunity to develop and grow, we can offer you that. The other thing that's important that sometimes small businesses don't do enough of is basically market their culture, right? What is the culture of your organization? It's a culture of caring for people. It's a culture of, growing people. It's a culture in which, we are very inclusive and we try and create a sense of belonging, a sense of family. Oftentimes small businesses are family-like businesses. So we invite people to join this family and be part of the family. So by marketing who you are, what your values are, the fact that you can give exposure to people in different skills and opportunities, I think those types of things are great at attracting talent. The other thing is paying well. I know sometimes small businesses are limited in how they pay. So maybe if they can't afford to pay top of the barrel, maybe they can have better benefits or more vacation time, or help in other ways to make their total rewards, their offering a little bit more attractive, maybe not as expensive for them, but by being more creative on these things, I think is very, very helpful. So I think just being creative and thinking about growth, development, and total rewards as part of the package, it helps a lot.
Right, awesome. Thank you. I don't know if we could take all these questions. So many questions right now.
Let's take 2 more.
I think I have for 2 more probably. Yeah.
All right. So there's one question here. I have a 5 years experience in HR and started a career in project management. From your experience, do you think these 2 career paths will help me meet my goal to becoming an HR consultant and HR project manager?
Excellent. That's phenomenal. I can tell you that is an excellent combination of skills. Oftentimes on HR teams, there are a myriad of initiatives that they are, focused on completing. But when we, like, I'll give you an example. In our organization, I leverage our current project management office to help us in the delivery of a number of HR initiatives, so that keeps my team accountable for timelines and meeting milestones. If I had somebody on my team, for example, and if who had the combination of the HR skill sets and the project, it would be a huge advantage. So I would say for a number of employers, it's a very attractive combination. And I would say that, making sure that your resume or your CV really markets the value you bring to an organization, and the value of that project management skill set combined with that HR knowledge is, it's just a phenomenal selling feature. So I would definitely see that as a true competitive advantage as someone moves into or attempts to, advance their career.
All right, so maybe we'll take this last question. I will ask the question and probably generalize it too. What advice will you give to a newbie and as a 3 months old in the profession in HR that can position him or her for career success and more achievements? So generally, what will be your last words, all right, to us today to help us to go position ourselves for success, career success, especially globally?
I would say, number one, I would say, you are new in HR. I'm going to revert back to my own experience. I would say transferable skills are critical. And so if, for example, because what's the challenge sometimes is landing that first HR role. And so sometimes your pathway to get into HR has to be creative. And so if you can look, so my first HR role, I don't know if I described it, was like I was an employment counselor. I was helping actually new immigrants and new Canadians and unemployed Canadians, help them find jobs. That was my role. So it wasn't quite HR, but it was helping people through that mechanism. So I would say, look for roles that if you can't find a step into an HR role right away, look for roles that are transferable. The not-for-profit sector is an amazing area where they're often very open to hiring people that may not have all the experience there, because in the not-for-profit sector, they're often looking for those kinds of skill sets. Market yourself through various, as I said, conferences, make sure you're there. You make sure you're networking. I can't express the networking piece. And I would go back to one of the easier entry points in HR is around recruiting support, recruiting administration. Those types of things help one kind of leverage. And believe me, many companies are struggling on talent acquisition. And so there's just a huge need for recruiting type of support. So just being open.
All right.
I was asking what would be your last words, but in addition,
okay,
what are some of those skills that you think anyone who wants to succeed and position yourself globally should likely have or begin to develop to succeed? I think in 1 minute or less, you can answer that while we wrap up today's conversation.
Okay, so I would say make sure you're clear on what your brand is. And what I mean by your brand is, who are you? And in very succinct way, being able to define who you are and what you can offer an employer. So I'm someone who is an excellent communicator with phenomenal skills in managing employee relations and talent and so forth. And I can help an organization drive and hit their goals around their talent. I'm using that as an example. Work on your brand, your elevator speech on what is your brand. So that becomes your entry point for every discussion. So work on your elevator speech, on your brand, so you can clearly articulate who you are and the value you'll bring to any employer.
Thank you.
Thank you
so much. Can we give it up for
Yeah. Excellent.
I really appreciate your time and your contribution. Thank you immensely. I've also gained, and I know that I'm still going to get more. And that's wonderful. Your time, and I know how busy you could be, and for you to have given us your time today, we really appreciate your session. And we'll move forward. And I'm sure you can actually follow or link Donna on LinkedIn, and you can gain some useful information from there too. And follow her on social media where you can see her, and you can tap from that. Someone operating in two different country with two different HR policies and principles and ideas, different kind of. So I give it up to you. That's a very tough one. And that's awesome. Thank you so much, Donna. We appreciate you. I will keep in contact, to talk more.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Thank you. I appreciate it. All right, distinguished ladies and gentlemen.
I'm done.
Thank you so much, Terry. You've done great and fantastic job today. It's been a long day. I had to wake up, as much as I can at Nigerian time. And I think for everyone that have been part of it to the last, I really benefited, a lot from today's session. I can assure you tomorrow is going to be another wonderful session. The lineup of faculty, the speakers are awesome. And then we will be doing the syndicate session, like we said. So if you are not yet on the WhatsApp platform for the syndicate session, you may need to get the link, and that was dropped in the chat room earlier. Join and get that. Then if you are interested in getting like a certificate for this summit, you can also get that notified. Send that notice or information accordingly. And I can assure you that we'll take it up. I want to thank all our, all the team members that have been working behind schedule. A lot of people are working, you don't know. A lot of them have been doing fantastic job. Thank you so much. It has been a long day of knowledge, heavy load. And for everyone that's also been part of it, I want to say thank you. And let us have your feedback. Let us know what you think. We make it more enjoyable for you in the next one. Let us know. And if you have questions, you can still send in your questions. We will share with them, and then we'll be able to, we're still going to communicate to you through the email, send some materials and all of those things as it is. So thank you so much. Well, Terry, well done for a great job. Well done. Thank you so much, everyone. And so that's where we'll be. So I don't know, do anybody have any general question? I think I make a presentation. Did you want to ask me a question too? So if you have any question for me, let me know. But I think if it's too heavy, I'll run away. So let's have it. Okay, so we'll just be, signing off with our. I want to thank our faculty members, some of them that stay all through. I thank you. I can see I want to be sure either is one person or a team for May and Baker. I don't know, but at least I see the presence of May and Baker, here. So thank you, everyone. And we will just be closing with our team song. Thank you, and enjoy the rest of your day.
I've been down the road where failure seemed familiar. No one thought that I would ever come this far. When everything was telling me that it was over, still there was a fire burning in my heart. There were days I felt like I was at my lowest. I pushed so hard I couldn't see beyond the pain. I never knew I made it high enough to notice getting closer, stronger than I've ever been. I believe that I'm unstoppable. I believe I've only just begun. I will conquer, I will fly, reach my peak, I will. And there's nothing that can ever bring me down. I am living proof that nothing is impossible. I beat the odds when hope was nowhere to be found. There was a strength that carried me through every obstacle. It lets me know that it's too late to give up now. And I am not afraid to climb another mountain, to risk it all, to face my deepest, darkest fear, to live a dream much bigger than I can imagine. 'Cause I want the world to know that I am here. I believe that I'm unstoppable. I believe I've only just begun. I will conquer, I will fly, reach my peak, I will. And there's nothing that can ever bring me down. I believe that dreams are untamable. And I believe that wings were made to fly. I'll touch the sky, reach for the stars, do the impossible. And there's nothing that can ever bring me down. I'm one dream away from everything I hope to be. I am one step closer to the finish line. I know that every stride will lead me to my destiny. And I'm one reach away from taking what is mine.